And with that, I will go ahead and call roll. Member Espinosa,
Here.
Member Georgino,
Here.
I am here, Member Sneed,
Here.
and I guess Mike will join us when he gets on. And so with that, I'm gonna call for, there's no public comment on closed session. And then I'm gonna go ahead and call for a motion to adjourn to closed session. We're gonna discuss personnel matters under Government Code 54957 and labor/negotiations under Government Code 54957.6. May I have a motion and a second to adjourn to closed session, please? Member Georgino.
I'll make the motion.
Member Georgino made the motion, and I think Mary, you got the second. So I'll go ahead and call for the vote on that. Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
I'm a yes. And Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-0, and we are now off to closed session. Thank you.
Okay. Andy, if Mike joins, can you just move him to closed session?
Hey, Andy. Okay, I guess they're already in closed session. Okay, let me see. Turn on my video. I gotta change my background now. Okay. Are they already in closed session, Andy?
Sorry about that, I was muted. Yes, they are in closed session. I just added you again.
Oh, okay.
You
where
see
do
it?
Let me see. Exit full screen. I don't see it. Participants too. No. There's no.
All right, let me do that. All right, let me try this again. Let me try to put you in the waiting room again and take you back in.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I'm in, and Andy's connecting me right now.
Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. I just want to make sure you were okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm with Andy right now.
Okay, no problem. Thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
thanks.
Len.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Why isn't it letting me add you?
All right, got my background changed.
What I think I'll have to do is close the meeting and then close the breakout room and then add it again. I'll broadcast a message to them and let them know.
He's sending us back into the session.
I think we're back live.
He's
Yeah.
sending us
Yeah,
back.
you guys can all get back in now.
He's sending us.
Are you going to
How
send
do
us
we do that?
the link? Andy, for the breakout link?
Yeah, you should have gotten a notification for the breakout room.
No.
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 Okay, Mike and Melissa did.
That's okay with me.
You gonna let them do the work?
Exactly.
Okay.
Actually, Mike was in the breakout room before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. It wouldn't let me add him. And then he got added when I closed the breakout room.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, I'm gonna have to close it again so I can send you another. Breakout rooms are buggy tonight.
Okay, we need to go to a different breakout room?
Is that Melissa?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see you, but I
Okay.
can hear.
All right, so here, let me open the breakout room.
There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
join.
Perfect.
Peanut, come here. Good girl, good girl. Holy moly. Yes, comma, thanks, comma. I found out about 15 minutes ago. Period. I should have known because she told me 2 weeks ago that it was going to be the same night as our next board meeting. Period. Oh, well. I know, but it's nothing personal. I was whispering. Didn't know you could hear me.
It catches up to us.
Yep, we're in. See you.
Hello and welcome.
Yes.
Thank you for having us tonight. Thank you for being here.
And coming back.
Yes, we love coming. Thank you. We'll come as often as you invite us.
Yeah, here. Till you're at soccer practice. But
I'm at soccer practice.
Girls 12.
you really in
That's meditation.
Someone took other.
Tell her hi and tell her hi.
Hi, I'm at soccer practice right now.
Hi.
But for what it looks like, I mean, lately what I have is
Mia's at soccer practice. What time do you plan on doing all this?
We're starting at 7, so thank you so much. You guys can just stay on mute, and I so appreciate you being here.
Okay, and if you need to see her, I'll bring her on over. I guess after I'll break up practice and she can come on over and say hi real quick if you have to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just really quick, boys and girls, we're going to go ahead and mute ourselves. Okay, so if you're not, boys and girls, if you're not on mute, go ahead and do that for now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody. My name is Matt Smith, and I'm going to go ahead and get started with tonight's meeting. I showed that it's 7 o'clock. So the first thing I'm going to do is ask for a motion to reconvene to open session. May I have a motion in a second, please?
I would like to make the motion.
Okay, I saw Melissa's hand raised, and then I heard Mike. So Melissa made the motion, and Mike, you've seconded. And I'm going to go ahead and call the roll then. Member Espinoza?
Yes.
Actually, I should ask, is student member Nicole Lee here yet? Okay, so member Espinoza, is a yes. Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so we are reconvened open session. And then just a quick announcement, tonight's meeting is obviously being digital recorded. With that, we are on to the Pledge of Allegiance, which was to be led by Dr. Mike Lynn tonight, but he is deferring to Sandy Dusong. Sandy, are you on?
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to see all of you boys and girls. Could you please rise and join me in the Pledge of the Allegiance? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated.
And thank you, Sandy, very much. Okay, we are moving on to item number 9, which calls for announcement of actions taken in closed session. I have no announcements to make. We took no action. And with that, we are on to the highlight of tonight's meeting, a special presentation by the TED Ed Club at La Rosa, and I'm gathering Cindy Young will be leading that for us.
Yes, thank you so much for having us here tonight. It's always an honor for us to be sharing all the great things our students are doing. So my name is Cindy Young. I am a 2nd grade teacher at La Rosa Elementary School, and I'm also the TED Ed facilitator for the TED Ed program in our district. I would like to thank the board for inviting me, Ms. Seltzer, and to this year's TED Ed Club students to share at tonight's board meeting. I would like to take you on a little journey to explain what TED Ed is and how it came to be. So I've been a teacher, like I said, in Temple City for 25 years, and about 10 years of trying to fit into the box of what the education system seemed to be at that time. I noticed that we had a glaringly huge flaw. We were valuing standards and test scores more than we were valuing the voices of our students. So I started asking myself some questions. What did my students want to learn? What was important to them? Why are we as the educational system not allowing our students to use their voice in a way that empowers them? So I did what I do best, and I went rogue. Yes, I still taught the power standards back in the day when we had power standards, but I dove headfirst into the deep end of social emotional learning. It wasn't what it is now back then, and we had very little presence in the classroom, so I just kind of made it up as I went. And then Jenny Tai, our former school counselor at La Rosa, introduced me to a program called Caring School Community. And it was then that I started holding morning meetings at the beginning of the day. I focused on making sure that every student felt seen and heard. It was our safe place where my kids could have their voices heard without judgment. And I discovered students were sort of aching to be heard. And then about 10 years ago, I think so, yeah, 10 years ago, former board member and amazing human, Vince Bell, gave me an Apple TV for my classroom. And that's when I discovered TED Talks. I listened to them during my lunch break when I was planning, correcting papers, prepping. And after listening to dozens of talks, I discovered there was a theme that was present in all the talks. They all incorporated storytelling. It was the most powerful component of each talk. So it sparked this fire in me. My kids all had stories. They all had voices that needed to be heard. So I asked myself again, why are we valuing students based on their test scores when their true value is in their stories? So 3 years ago, I went rogue again and started TED Ed. Honestly, I had no clue what I was doing. But what I did know is that education needed a bigger place for voices of our students. We needed to create a space in this educational box that had been created decades ago to let our kids stretch out and express themselves in a different way that I had not seen in my over 2 decades as being an educator. Presentation literacy and authentic communication are skills every single human must possess, regardless of the path that they have chosen in their lives, or for some, the path that has been chosen for them. As best-selling and award-winning author Nancy Duarte said, the most powerful device lives inside us, an idea. An idea is powerless if it stays inside you. If you communicate an idea that resonates, change will happen and you can change the world. It's not one idea with one person. It has to spread. We communicate those ideas through stories. So my seemingly little idea of starting TED Ed with 10 students at La Rosa has grown. And we now have students who have participated in TED Ed at every single elementary school, as well as at our middle school. If we were to invite every TED Ed student who has participated thus far, we would be able to fill the entire boardroom. There is also a large group of dedicated teachers who are teaching TED Ed after school, who have a vision for what students need and for what they deserve. We currently have more students applying for TED Ed than we have teachers to teach it. It's difficult for me and for Ms. Seltzer to have to turn kids away, but we simply cannot give the students that personalized experience if our classes are too large, kind of like Between the Bells. I would like to see a bigger presence of TED in our district. Clearly, our students want that opportunity, as do our parents. So despite being in the middle of a pandemic, we continued this program at La Rosa. Our current leadership in the district is incredibly supportive of this program and is proactive in offering a more well-rounded opportunities for students to thrive. And they celebrate the whole student. And I am incredibly grateful for that. And Dr. Fricker, I appreciate you making social emotional learning a priority in our district. I know it's something that's close to your heart. So really, I thank you for putting that out in front with our students. I would like to have all of our students here tonight, if you guys could all wave, all our third grade students at La Rosa. We currently, this year, we have 28 students. So we just had a cycle and we had our showcase, which I know many of you came to that, so thank you. We had 10 students and we just started our new cycle, which just started last Friday, right, Ms. Seltzer? Last Friday, and we have 18 kids. So we're very excited to have some student speakers tonight. Our first student speaker is Emma Madrigal, and I will let her take it away. Thank you, Emma.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emma Madrigal, and my TED Talk is on equine therapy. Equine therapy. Most of you have probably heard of service dogs. Service dogs help people with disabilities, emotional support, and therapy. But did you know that horses can be service animals too? Well, they most certainly can. I have personally loved horses since I was 2 years old, and I'll appreciate them even more once I learned about this wonderful skill they have. When I was younger, I used to go horseback riding every so often and really enjoyed the pony rides. I would have the best time. Soon enough, COVID-19 hit and many activities were closed. With distance learning and not being able to go out much, I began to feel down and a bit stressed. I told my parents that I wanted to ride horses again, but this time I wanted to learn all about them and how to care for them as well. My riding lessons turned out to be just what I needed. I arrived at the stables and picked out my horse, Cowboy. Cowboy has become my favorite horse and friend during this pandemic. Every week, I eagerly await to see Cowboy again, to groom, lead, and ride. As soon as I see Cowboy, I feel this sense of relaxation and stress-free. Feeling the wind blow through my hair and the sunshine beaming down on me is like no other feeling. As Cowboy trots through the arena, I smell the hay and dirt as he lifts his hooves. These sights and smells make me forget about what's going on in this world. When I joined TED Ed, I knew I wanted to write about horses and how they have helped others and me. For example, some miniature horses can help guide blind or deaf people, but that's not the only thing they are great at. Children and teens especially benefit from horse therapy, also known as equine therapy. Children may have a harder time going to therapy in an office, but being out in the open with horses helps calm their nerves. Many children with autism, as well as troubled teens, will find comfort in horses instead of using regular words like regular therapy. A change of environment to an open, natural countryside filled with fresh air and sunshine can be uplifting and calming. Horses are naturally social animals with personalities and are very sensitive to the energy they sense around them. A horse allows you to connect with them because they react negative if you're negative and positive if you're positive. They are like a mirror and let you see the attitude you are displaying in them. Writing lessons has increased my self-confidence, helped improve my public speaking, and helped me open up and not be as shy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emma. We so appreciate you sharing your talk. Thank you, thank you. Our next speaker is Zoe Nguyen. Thank you, Zoe.
Good evening, everyone. Zoe Nguyen, and thank you for having me here today. My talk is on spending quality time with my family. How do you spend quality time with your family? Today, I would like to share how I spend quality time with my family. But first, what is quality time? Well, my definition of spending quality time is giving 100% of my attention to anything I'm doing with my family. That means no iPad or phone. My dad works a lot and it's hard to find free time with him. So when he has time, one way I spend quality time with him is we make brownies together. He teaches me how to make brownies, starting with cracking the eggs, whisking the batters, and popping the bubbles on the batter. After we are done baking the brownies, we enjoy eating it as a family. My mom also works a lot. When she has time, we go on mother and daughter dates. We spend quality time eating and shopping. She lets me pick places to eat and takes me on shopping sprees. It's fun to go shopping with my mom because we find a lot of cool stuff. We enjoy family quality time by going on vacations. We have been to many places together like Disney World, Hawaii, Jamaica, and Mexico. During the vacations, we go hiking, swimming, and exploring new things. These are some ways I spend quality time with my family. According to my research, many parents work a lot. 80% of mothers and 96% of fathers work full-time. Because many of our parents work a lot, I would like to advise everyone to spend more quality time when the parents are free. Quality time does not have to be going on trips. It can be anything, like playing board games, watching movies, cooking meals together, or even just sharing our daily stories. As long as you are focusing the activities with them and not on the iPad or phone, they can be considered quality time. These days, I'm spending a lot of time with my family at home and making sure they're also quality time. That means no iPad or phone. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Yay, Zoe. Thank you so much for sharing. Good job. And our final speaker is Oliver Mel. Thank you, Oliver.
Hi everyone, my name is Oliver. Have you ever had one sibling or cousin who messes around with you? Do things like make fun of you while playing a game, or a mom that nags you all the time? I don't know how you guys reacted, but if you agree, good. That means you have family like me. So today I'm going to talk about why family is important even though they could make you mad sometimes. Parents are like your first teachers. They teach you how to be the person you are. They teach you how to walk, talk, learn to respect people, and be kind, and even use the bathroom. They do these things because they want you to be a good person. They don't want you to end up as a mean and careless person. They want the bad in you to stay away and all the kindness in you to spread around and always stay inside you. That's where you learn the first things from your parents. Siblings are like your first friends, if you have any. Since quarantine, you probably haven't gotten to see most of your friends. So the closest people as friends right now are probably your siblings. I did things like played video games, rode my bike, and also played basketball with mine. They would probably like to tell you secrets, and then you tell them secrets, all that secret information nobody needs to know. Your family supports you in anything, like any sports or when you are sick. One time I was in a basketball championship game. My family was cheering me on, and I became more confident, and my team and I won the game. All that support will make you feel more confident and ready. Also, with all that support, it will make you feel more loved. At the end, everything you did with them will be worth it. You look back at all the great memories and the good times together with any of your family, like your aunts, uncles, cousins, or grandparents, like anyone in your family. If you think they don't like you or love you, it's not true. When we were young, sometimes we act wrong to our family or be a little rude, but when we get older, we will appreciate everyone in our family more and more. And that's why family is important.
Oliver, great job. Thank you so much for sharing. Incredible speakers. And I would like to note, so our last cycle where we had our showcase, a great deal of our students focused on family. It was a big shift for our speakers. And you know, I know these times have been really tough on our students. I mean, all of us. But I try to look for little silver linings in things. And I think one of the silver linings is that our students have really, really learned the value of spending time with family. And that's become very apparent to me and Miss Seltzer that they see that the value. And it's just been incredible to watch them grow on this journey. And like I said, we didn't let this pandemic stop us. And I would also like to thank Mr. Rose because he kind of lets me and Miss Seltzer just kind of run with this. He believes in our students, he believes in us, he believes in the program, and he just kind of lets us run with it. So thank you, Mr. Rose. I'm very grateful for the Board of Education and for our district leadership for believing in us and our kids and knowing that the things that we do for our kids, and that you support us and you believe so much in social emotional learning. So thank you. We are so deeply grateful for you. And boys and girls, thank you all for being here tonight. We're so proud of you guys for showing up and wanting to spend your time after school learning and growing and spending time with your friends and me and me. And we're so proud of you. So boys and girls, you want to wave again and just thank you so much. So we know who are third, and they're third graders. This is amazing. They're 8 and 9 year olds. So we have a few things to learn from them. So thank you again for having us. We deeply appreciate it. And we hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Thank you, Ms. Seltzer.
Kids.
Thank you, kids. Wonderful presentation as always. We certainly appreciate you coming here tonight. And now we're going to move on with the rest of our agenda. And if you don't want to stay and watch us, you are welcome to drop off and we won't be hurt.
I'll watch it from the other side. I'll log in and watch you guys. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, with that, we are moving on to item 11, which is public comment on agendized and non-agendized items. I received 24 requests, and typically we put a limit of 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes for the subject matter. With 24 requests, none of them are over 3 minutes. But when I did a dry run this afternoon, it took me about 40 minutes to read them. And so what I'm going to ask, I'm going to start reading them. I put them in the order in which they arrived as best I can tell in the district. I'm going to start reading them. I'd like Marie, if you don't mind, to keep track of the time. I tried doing that on my phone earlier and it kept on going to sleep and it was kind of a hassle. So if Marie, maybe you could just shout out every 5 minutes, and when we get to 20 minutes, I'll stop and I'll ask what the board's druthers is at that point, if you'd like me to continue, or if we would obey the rest till the end of the meeting. And I have to tell you, you can't tell by listening to my voice, I'm kind of monotone. And for you to listen to me for 40 minutes straight, maybe more than, or I should less than productive is what I should say. So anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. And again, Marie, if you can check the clock time and then just interrupt every 5 minutes and just say 5 minutes, 10 minutes or whatever, I'd appreciate it. Very good. Okay, so here we go. The first letter is from Athena, Athena Lee. It says, "Dear members of the TCUSD Board of Education, I strongly urge you to reconsider the proposed plan to reopen schools and provide in-person teaching in the classrooms. 1, no in-person instruction is available for families who want it. Teachers are able to jump the vaccination line just so they can return back to the classrooms, yet they will continue to teach virtually. TCUSD will be receiving money from the government for reopening schools, but there is no in-person instruction. Our neighboring school districts in Arcadia and San Marino have been able to accommodate in-person teaching. Why can't TCUSD? My child is not doing well during virtual learning, as are many other children and families. that I've spoken to. Continuing distance learning for the sake of continuity / least disruption is a disservice to our children who need the stability of learning in a classroom with peers. 2, I attended the school board meeting this week, which was 2 weeks ago, and saw that 64% of TK through 6th grade families chose option 1 so far. However, this is very misleading. I am advocating for in-person learning, but chose option number 1 because both my husband and I work, and we cannot transport kids to school from 12:45 to 2:45. It just would be easier to keep them at home. However, if the classrooms were open for in-person teaching at 8 a.m., that will help many working families in Temple City who can drop off prior to work. Many of us chose option number 1 only because option number 2 was not viable. It was the lesser of two evils. The survey needed to further ask how many families would like in-person school in the morning to accommodate parent work schedules. This could have been avoided if TCUSD asked for parent input. 3, teacher instruction will be reduced down to 3.5 hours a day or 14 hours a week, which is not acceptable to me as a parent. I truly have concerns about learning loss and performance at our annual state testing. Again, other neighboring cities like Arcadia and San Marino have held the teachers to higher standards and have had them teach most of the day, but not here at TCUSD. Have any of you administrators randomly sat in these virtual classrooms to do a quality check on the teachers? I'm not expecting it to be perfect, but I work next to my child and know that the curriculum is sadly lacking. Further cutting classroom instructional time will only hurt our children. Excuse me. I strongly urge TC to have an open forum with parents who want to chime in. Many of us attended the school board meeting via YouTube, but were unable to have our questions / concerns addressed. Thank you for your time. Please feel free to call me at blah, 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 or email me if you'd like. And again, it's signed by Athena Lee. Okay, the next one is from Nancy Kong. It says, Dear TCUSD BOE and Superintendent Dr. Fricker, please read my letter aloud at the March 24th board meeting if possible. I urge you to revise our school reopening plans. Los Angeles County is now in the red tier. This enables us to open our schools for in-person academic learning, not just to add on 2 hours of social time. If nearby school districts like South Pasadena, Rosemead, Arcadia, Monrovia can bring their kids back, why can't TCUSD? My friends with kids in Orange County have been in hybrid in-person learning since October of last year. It's time for TCUSD students to go back to a physical school. For families that want remote learning, they are given the option to do so. We want to send our kids back, but that option was not given to us. Why? Why are TCUSD parents not included in the task force? How do you make these important return to school decisions without having parents to be a part of the conversation? We are stakeholders too. These TCUSD students are our children, and we want our voices to be heard. I find the March survey to be flawed. It did not ask the right questions. There was no option provided for return to in-person academic learning. This March survey assumes that most families want to stay with remote learning based on results from the December survey. Keep in mind that the December survey was conducted during the peak of the coronavirus pandemic, but it may not reflect how things are now. Things are changing fast and we must keep up. With lower reports of coronavirus cases and the availability of the vaccines, many parents I know have changed their mind and want to send their kids back to school. But many of these parents chose option 1 to remain status quo because option 2 was not a better option. Adding in 2 hours of social and emotional learning time with no new materials taught is a hassle not feasible to most working parents. Parents that would otherwise opt to send their kids back in person academic learning did not get to choose that option because the option was not offered. Thank you for listening. Please confirm, sir, to my email. So Nancy, we got your email.
Matt,
Yes, ma'am.
that is actually 5 minutes. It just ended.
Okay, thank you. I'll just keep on plugging along. Okay, the next submission is from Leslie Louie. It says, hello, as much negative feedback as you all may be receiving, I hope to be one of the many voices supporting TCUSD's plan. I appreciate the thoughtfulness towards the safety of teachers and students and the fine balance of meeting the important emotional, social, and educational needs of the students. Given the various reports from so many teachers and parents in varying school districts of hybrid learning, I am proud that TCUSD has come up with a plan that makes logical and reasonable common sense. Thank you for taking the courageous step towards common sense planning. With sincere appreciation, Leslie Louie and Dean Zuta, parents of La Rosa Rascal and a TCHS Ram. The next submission is from Ellen Laughlin. It says, Dear Matt, in the past, the school board and the district administration have worked to provide the children of the community with the very best so that they would have a premier opportunity not only to learn, but to thrive during a pandemic. Yet we all recognize that although distance learning is a safe environment, it is a poor environment for the majority of our TC students to thrive in, even with all the provisions. The Open School Task Force, excuse me, garnered with the knowledge that roughly 25% of TC parents are willing to send their children back to in-person learning at a school site, devised a novel plan that is superior to a hybrid learning model. The in-person model the task force agreed upon and which was board approved on March 10 provides 1, more instruction in addition to the morning spent distance learning, 2, students with small group instruction with a credentialed teacher, 3, no sharing the teacher with the students who are at home, 4, little to no student technology used, and 5, lessons using math manipulatives, playing academic games inside and outdoors, creating art, performing readers' theater, engaging in face-to-face class discussion, and students can work on group projects together with another student. Opening our schools for 2 hours in the afternoon for in-person learning for 4 days a week, 4 days per week, provides teachers with tremendous opportunity to engage students in small group learning while also staying safe. Personally, I would rather spend the time it takes to create additional lessons for in-person learning than teach the entire day in an ineffective hybrid model where students will not thrive. Filling in the gaps of our students' lost year of learning will take time, effort, and funds. TC educators and administrators are committed to this effort. Thank you, TCUSD school board members, for adopting this novel in-person learning plan and allowing teachers to address learning loss before the year is over. Again, sincerely, Ellen Laughlin, third grade teacher at Emperor School. The next one is from Rebecca. I don't know what the last name is. It says, Hi, TCUSD board members. I hope this email finds you well. I have been debating to send this email as I have seen so much comments on multiple platforms about the return to school schedule that was just laid out. A few comments from myself, parent of a student attending Longden and Oak, with regards to the return schedule. As a working mom, to be able to send her children to school during the 2-hour window just for social time is not a very good use of time. First, I have to figure out how to be able to send them off during lunch, which I can do, but then the issue is picking them up 2 hours later. I am still working and normally attending meetings during this time, so juggling the task would not work for me. I was also confused why we are allowing students to go on campus for social time, but unable to get them there for instructional time. Either way, they are being exposed to others. For me personally, I would lean toward return to school for the kids if their time on campus included instructional time. Can you help to clarify for me why instructional time is not possible? Thank you for listening to my concerns. Again, regards, Rebecca. The next one is another one from Nancy Kong. It says, Dear TCUSD BOE members and superintendent, I'm writing you again because there is an urgent need for our school district to revise our reopening plans. Please include this matter as an agenda item on our next BOE meeting on 3/24/2021 to allow for further discussion. In my previous letter, I expressed my concerns that the TCUSD task force made decisions without any parent representation, the flawed survey and skewed results. The survey did not include an option to return to school for in-person academic learning. I do not understand why 2 hours of social emotional learning are proposed instead of regular academic learning. I would like to see TCUSD to open up our school like our neighboring districts after spring break. We want to make sure our district does not lose out on AB 86 funding, which requires schools to reopen for in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible. Again, Nancy Kong, parent of 3 children in the district. The next one is from Amy Jones. It says,
That was 5 minutes, Matt.
So a total of 10. Yeah.
10 so far, so I'll reset.
All right, thank you. To whom it may concern, I hope that the board is planning on discussing the reopening plan that at the upcoming board meeting. I don't feel that the board responded to the concerns brought up in public comments. Many of the reasons given for the proposed plan were outdated. It has become clear that there is a group of parents and students who would like to return to campus. There are many hybrid options available that do not require simultaneous teaching. Surrounding districts are opening up with instruction happening. Teachers are vaccinated. Please respect the opinions of the parents who would like to see TC schools open up to the greatest extent possible and answer our concerns about the proposed plan. Respectfully, Amy Jones. The next one is the next one is from Sherry Goyne. And Sherry, I saw you were here earlier, and she specifically asked to speak to us live. So Sherry, you're up and you've got 3 minutes basically. You're muted.
Thank you, Ms. Fricker and school board, for allowing me to speak. I am concerned about the academics not happening during school. I'm a teacher myself in a different district, and we are opening April 12th with students, and then April 19th for the older ones. So I've heard people speak about the surveys. I do agree it was weakly written, and I feel that more work should have been put in there, or just kind of think of it from the audience's point of view, because I could not answer the survey with my option because it wasn't given. And one of the surveys, the previous one prior to the last one, made it seem like you either go virtual or you don't allow your kid to go to school at all, just the way it was worded. Also, with this task force, I would think that parents would be involved. So I would hope that you would consider doing something like that. For example, La Cañada is very transparent and has their task force with the parents' names listed publicly for all to see. So I would like to see more transparency if possible. And I feel that you should revisit the reopening plan and include parents from various grade levels to get their input, as their children are the ones that are being affected. And anything can look good on paper, but when you include the human factor, there are many things that could be missed and or need to be considered. With vaccine in place and numbers decreasing, which is significantly different than in December when we had a surge, I feel an updated survey would be more appropriate to have up-to-date accurate numbers. And also, again, the questions a little more just enough where everybody could have a voice. And I know it's too late to do anything about this now because the classes were not planned well for the possibility, even slightly, for a return, particularly in the high school level. That's why we have this mess. I totally get that. We do Aries too at my district. I still think something could be done to accommodate, even if it's just like giving students homeroom, for example. I mean, they could have homeroom and then have a longer break to have time to return home to get online for their other classes. I think something can be worked out. Other surrounding districts have found a way. I think we can too. I don't know if there were or are, if you had studied other models with surrounding districts and that you could make in-person school possible. I believe something could be put into place to make it possible. The primary focus, again, is our children. Some need to learn what it's like to be a student, along with all other students who need a connection to others that it is in no way can be provided through a screen. If the numbers are minute for requesting to return, why can't these students be put into pods and come back in some way? Again, the class planning was done poorly to not make this possible like we had in pre-COVID world, but I believe that with collaboration, some form of in-person learning can be done.
Sherry, I'm going to need to ask you to wrap up. I see the.
Okay. And then I just wanted to, I'm not sure about grad night. I just wanted to talk, grad night, graduation, because there were rumors about that not happening, which didn't make sense to me. And I think it's a rumor because it just doesn't make sense with things coming more positively than it was last year at this time.
Yeah, plans are being laid for graduation.
Okay, perfect. Okay, then that's pretty much. And I know social emotional is quite majorly important, but have you even asked particularly seniors what their needs are instead of assuming what would be best for them when you're conducting your plan of what to do social emotionally to make sure those are covered? I don't know how you would go about doing that or just planning.
Sherry, I need to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. The next submission is from Shriram. Ram, I can't pronounce your last name very well. I apologize. It's Barad Harar Ajan. And it says, dear board members, I would like to share my thoughts on the in-person options being offered, especially when there are no vaccines yet for children. While I sincerely appreciate all the precautions that are being taken by the school district, I urge you to ensure those staff who are fully vaccinated are near children using your authority, though you cannot force them to be vaccinated. If your staff decline to be vaccinated, then they should refrain from in-person activities, as all it takes is just one person to infect many. The kids could then easily infect their family, especially when new variants are being discovered. I do understand that there are no federal, state, and county guidelines in this regard, but I urge the board to make a decision and get a scientific opinion about unvaccinated staff and their effect on in-person gathering with children. Thank you, Shri, and I won't try to do your last name again, I'm sorry. This one's very brief. It's from Irene Chen. It just says, to whom it may concern, I support continuing the remote learning for the rest of the school year. Thank you, Irene. The next one is from Phoebe Tai. It says, dear school board members, I am a full-time working mother of 2 elementary school kids, and distance learning has been especially hard for our family. I struggle with balancing work, meetings, and keeping my kids on track, engaged in helping them with classwork. Most weeknights, I end up working until fairly late because during the day, I'm trying to manage distance learning with my kids. From Dr. Fricker's email, I understand the reopening task force was trying not to disrupt the kids' environments at this point in the school year. However, I believe this is the type of disruption that they need. This is a change for the positive, changing back to a sense of normalcy. This is the change that is saying to our children, the pandemic is slowing down, we are moving toward back to normal, and there is hope for the future. Of course, there is no way of making everybody happy or everyone happy, but at the very minimum, we need an academic in-person option for the parents who are willing to send their kids back. Please do not refer me back to the surveys. As a community, we have to learn to adapt quickly to the ever-changing situation around us. With new government mandates and vaccine distributions, our opinions as parents can also change. The latest survey was flawed because it only gave us 2 options. 1, stay distance learning. 2, stay in person from 12:45 to 2:45 with no new teaching. After speaking to many working parents in the district, they could not fit the in-person schedule with their work hours and therefore just defaulted to choosing stay distance learning. Even though they would have preferred to send their children in person, they felt that they had no other choice. It was not a true open forum for parents to advise the district on what they really wanted or needed. The TCUSD kids deserve more, and I hope we can work together to support our more families in the community. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Kind regards, Phoebe Tai. Okay, the next letter is from Yoshi, and on Yoshi, I'm going to mangle your last name too. Yoshi Hagawara. It says, dear TCUSD Board and Superintendent Fricker, I am writing this letter to express my support of your reopening plan. It is clear to me how you have thought through the reopening process and considering what is best for our students in finalizing the reopening plan. I do not think going to a hybrid model this late in the school year is productive, and your plans to provide the opportunity for those who need it to receive in-person help and have social interactions addresses the mental health issues as well as the academic concerns some parents may have. I honestly cannot think of a better plan to meet the current moment and apply the work you and the district staff are doing to put the students' needs first so that students receive quality education. Starting from the summer preparation to date, you have done an amazing job to ensure quality instruction and providing support to our students. I also wanted to thank you for our effort to ensure inclusivity in the district and for your effort to address issues relating that by hiring the equity inclusion coordinators. That's Sandy DeYoung. I do not often speak up when I think things are going well, but I wanted to send in a letter at this time affirming full support of your actions and of your opening plan. Thank you for all that you do. Respectfully, Yoshi.
You're at 35 seconds of the almost at 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do this and then I'll ask a question.
Yes,
Okay, this is from Jenny Cuevas. It says, greetings to all board members, Superintendent Fricker, and Principal Lohman. I am the parent of a Temple City High School sophomore. I'm writing in support of the Temple City Unified School District continuing distance learning for the education of the 2020-2021 school year. The health and safety of all students, teachers, and staff members should be of the utmost importance of the district when considering the reopening of schools. Science should remain the factor in the district's decision-making process. Having a science-based plan to reopen safely, along with CDC guidelines, vaccination rollout efforts, and mutating strains of COVID-19 should all be considered in the decision to reopen schools. With that said, I feel that there were too many issues that need to be addressed before the reopening of the schools. I support continuing distance learning. The last survey results from January showed 89% of the community were in favor of continuing distance learning. I strongly believe that the district should support the decision of those in the community who took the time to complete the survey. I am well aware that the district has been receiving negative feedback from a small population that would like schools to reopen. However, in-person stable groups are supplementary to the school district's distance learning model. In-person stable groups are a form of on-campus direct instructional support provided by certificated staff. Parents who feel strongly about schools reopening should consider having their children participate in in-person stable groups learning opportunity. I strongly believe that the district should continue distance learning for the duration of the current school year with the opportunities of in-person stable groups. I know this year has been a challenging one, but I'm grateful for all the hard work and dedication shown by all the TCUSD employees and stakeholders as they have navigated through the pandemic together. I know that they will continue to work extremely hard in planning of the upcoming 21-22 school year. Thank you for your time towards this matter. If you need any additional information or support, please feel free to contact me. With gratitude again, Jenny Cuevas. So Marie has told me we are at 20 minutes and I would ask my fellow board members, what's your druthers by show of hands? Yes, if you want me to continue reading, I'll be happy to do that. And no, if not, I will finish towards the end. I just saw Mike, Melissa, and everybody.
This is a yes.
So we're going to continue to keep on reading and I'll have Marie stop me at 30 minutes and we'll see where we are then, okay? Okay, so the next letter is from Dr. John Wu. It says, Dear Board of Education, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted our lives in more ways than we could have ever imagined. The district faces unprecedented challenges and parents of the children in the school district also face unprecedented challenges. It is sometimes difficult to see the perspective of the other side, or for people to see probably the perspective of the other side. But one thing is for sure, working together as board and parents, we are stronger than working against each other. I agree. I have 3 children at Longden Elementary School. I am also an alumni of Longden, Oak, and Temple City High School. Being an immigrant from Taiwan, my family values and stresses the importance of education. As a parent, I also value and stress the importance of education to my children. During times of crisis, we tend to hold on to what we know with blinders on, and it is often difficult to see things from another person's perspective. I believe in-person learning is best for all children and is the gold standard for education. In a pandemic, we need to be reasonable with our expectations and do what is best in the interest of our children, who will be our future. I can see that the board and the district placed learning as its top priority by putting in place a synchronous learning program for our children. Although that is not the gold standard, it is an acceptable standard during times of crisis. I can see that the board and the district has proposed an afternoon in-person academic support as well as a social emotional learning curriculum. I believe given where we are in the pandemic with our children not yet being vaccinated and teachers being fully vaccinated, this is a good measure for the time being. I would love to have my children back in school full-time with in-person learning so that learning can be maximized. But given the continued risks of COVID-19, I do see that the risks outweigh the benefits. I am writing in support of the board and the district's decision to go into a hybrid model to have synchronous learning during the mornings and to have an optional of in-person learning for those families that are interested in the afternoons. I fully trust and believe that the board and the district will continue to evaluate where we are in the pandemic and use scientific and evidence-based data to drive your decisions going forward. It is my wish to see my children return to full-time in-person learning in the near future, but for the time being, I fully understand and support the decision to use a hybrid model. Again, from Dr. John Wu, a parent of and an alumni of TCUSD. The next letter is from Jennifer Oberlander, and it says, to whom it may concern, I want to express my gratitude to the board, teachers, staff, administration, and district office. This year has been hard on us all, and I cannot imagine how it would be to one who has to make decisions that are for over 5,000 other families. We continue to see our teachers work hours on end to do what they can do to engage their students. Many teachers are working after hours one-on-one with students to help them. I can speak on behalf of my daughter's class on how impressed I have been with their teachers and the professionalism they have shown during this year in distance learning. My thoughts on the return to school, I support the present return to campus decision. It is a good plan at this point in the school year. I personally think with 2 months left in the school year, it would do more damage to send our kids back in full day. It would take a lot of time to teach the kids the rules of the new teaching styles. I personally would be so upset if my child had to continue the school year with a new teacher and or a different campus. Also, I don't think sending our child back to campus just to sit behind a computer in a classroom would not help our children. It would cause more damage than good. Yes, just like every parent, I want my child back in school. It has been hard on me with working from home, working with my own school clients, but I don't want my children in class with a different teacher. They have not been working with all school year. I think finishing school out online and starting anew in summer and fall would just make more sense. I really appreciate all the time that went into this plan by task force. Regards, Jennifer Oberlander, behavior interventionalist. Excuse me. Okay, the next submission is from Chandro. Oh, I'm sorry, it's from Jeff and Maria Garner. Have to look down at the bottom. It says, Mr. Smith, I would like to start by offering my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all of the TCUSD staff and the Board of Education. The last year has been unbelievably challenging, and I believe the district has responded to the incredible challenges above and beyond what can reasonably be expected, which brings me to the reason for this email. My wife and I watched the last BOE meeting, Board of Education, and we were both disheartened at many of the comments by parents in the live chat. Someone in the chat made some disparaging and negative comments regarding teachers not wanting to return to work due to laziness. To make such a callous and disrespectful statement to the many hardworking and dedicated teachers who support our children is completely unacceptable and shameful. To set the record straight, we know and have spoken to quite a few teachers, and they have all expressed that online schooling has been much more demanding and 10 times more work. It has also come to our attention that some parents are raising a ruckus about the hybrid reopening plans the district is working on. I do not understand and respect that there are parents that would like their children to return to full-time in-person schooling. We all know that COVID has placed great burdens on everyone, and a return to campus would ease the burden on parents. We also understand that many parents are struggling with their children when it comes to online learning. We are among them. However, the school has sent out surveys asking about parents' wishes and regarding a return to full-time on-campus learning. We have heard that somewhere around 65% responded that they do not want their children returning to campus. We believe the district is taking the correct course of action in responding to the wishes of the majority. The majority have to prevail over the objections and noise of the minority of parents. Additionally, staff and student safety must be a top priority. Again, we applaud and support the district's plans and commend the district administration for their tireless effort and commitment to our students and families. And again, regards, Jeff and Maria Garner. The next letter is submitted by Shelley Scanlon, a TCUSD teacher and parent. It says, I am writing to thank you and our district office for adopting the in-person return to school plan at the last board meeting. As a member of the superintendent's return to school task force, I know firsthand the long and difficult discussions that we had week after week about what was best for students. The district has such a tough job of ensuring what's best for the largest number of students. And although people's personal opinions may differ, this was the plan that was believed to benefit the most Temple City students. As a TCUSD teacher, I appreciate that we will not be sharing a completely new academic program with such a short amount of time left in the school year. Trying to learn new routines and procedures, especially with safety guidelines in place to be learned, also would most definitely disrupt instruction. To do this just weeks before our students begin state testing would be detrimental to them all. In addition, I greatly appreciate that I will not be required to teach simultaneously to both students in my classroom and students that would remain on distance learning. I've spoken to and read about countless teachers around the country who are doing this, and the bottom line is that it just doesn't work for anyone. Students sitting in the classroom are still on Zoom, in order to be participating with the entire class. Students on Zoom are left behind because they cannot hear what the in-person students are saying. The teacher is still forced to be teaching from behind a desk in order to make sure that all their students can be seen and heard. For those students in the classroom, it is truly nothing more than distance learning, except now they're sitting in the classroom instead of at home. I know how difficult your job is, as your responsibility is to provide a program that will benefit the largest number of students. There is no model during these times that is perfect or that will please and benefit everyone. I appreciate your work to ensure that the greatest number of our students will be positively impacted. In addition to being a TCUSD teacher, I am a TCUSD parent. My own 2 children will not qualify for any of the in-person opportunities being offered, and while I am disappointed for them, I understand that they are a part of the larger whole, and am thankful that they will continue to receive the quality education that they have been receiving this entire year. I have never been more thankful to work in and have my own children attend school in TCUSD. Thank you all. Thank you for all you continue to do to ensure the best during a difficult time. And that's again signed Shelley Scanlon, TCUSD teacher and parent.
So
How
Matt,
about
you have 37 seconds left and then we're at 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna keep on reading unless I see somebody give me thumbs down, 3 people thumbs down. I don't see that, so I'm gonna keep on reading. Okay, the next submission is from Amy Jones. It says, Dear Dr. Fricker and TCUSD board members, I am writing again to express my disappointment and concerns with the proposed reopening plans for Temple City schools. Since my previous letters and commitments have been ignored, I'm hoping for a response this time. While I have many issues with the current plan, I will focus on what I feel is the most important. First of all, the justification for the limited reopening was based on parents' responses to a survey sent in December. I find it to be short-sighted to design a reopening plan around such outdated data. In December, the COVID numbers were at the highest. Now the numbers have dropped. Teachers have been vaccinated. LA County is no longer in the purple tier, and the CDC has issued new guidelines regarding schools. It only makes sense that our schools' reopening plans should reflect the most current information. Furthermore, when we received the most recent survey, we were only given 2 choices: return to school for a very limited amount of time or remain virtual. Many parents had to choose to remain virtual because the plan is not feasible for working parents. 7th to 11th grade students were not even really offered any opportunity to return to school. My concern is that the board will see this as parents wanting their children to remain virtual, as opposed to the reality, parents being unable to send their children back to the schedule being offered. Secondly, while I feel that the schedule offered for elementary students is lacking the option of in-person instruction, at least they have the option to return in some capacity. High school students may be involved in sports or other curricular activities, allowing them on campus for meetings or practices. However, our middle school students have been given nothing. In my understanding of the survey, students from 7th to 11th grade would only be allowed to come back if they had, quote, poor internet connectivity, attendance issues, or low grades, end quote. This means that any student from 7th to 11th grade who doesn't have those issues are not allowed back on campus. This age group is also in need of social emotional learning. These students also need to feel welcome back at their schools. And once again, I was forced to select remain virtual for my middle school and high school student, even though I feel comfortable sending them back to school and they would both love to return to school. Once again, the survey results are skewed. I realize that I may be in the minority group of parents wanting their children to return to school. I fully support the fact that every family should have the choice to remain virtual, but there was always going to be the option to remain virtual. Unfortunately, my family was not given the choice to have our children receive in-person instruction. I hope that the board will reconsider the options, especially for our middle school students. Again, sincerely, Amy Jones, mother of 3 TCUSD students. Okay, the next letter is from Lucy Chauvin and L&D. It says, to members of the Temple City Unified School Board, we are parents of a 3rd grader in this school district. We were very excited when we received news from the district that in-person learning would resume before the end of the school year. After learning of this news, we had considered sending our child back to school with a hybrid model that was presented to us. Our child was excited at the news and looked forward to being in class with her teacher and classmates. After attending a Zoom meeting on March 8 with our principal and learning the details of our reopening of in-person learning, it sounded like we were going to have 2 hours of daycare. We were told that the children will be working on their, quote, fine motor skills, end quote, along with arts and crafts. When asked, we were told there would be no academic teaching when in-person learning resumes. The principal did inform us that the afternoon session will be based on number of students in attendance, and for that reason, the afternoon session would be made up of mixed age groups. We understand that a mixed age group would make it hard to teach. Sorry. However, we are very disappointed in the decision you as a board of educators have made that affects our children's future so detrimentally. We have decided to not have our child attend afternoon session due to the lack of academic teaching. Our child was very disappointed and saddened to learn that they will not see their teacher or their classmates if they attend afternoon session. Our district is known as one of the best in academics with computer science immersion schools in the San Gabriel Valley. This is a total letdown to even consider having in-person learning resume at school. I'm sorry, did I read that right? This is a total letdown. Oh, to have, okay, got it. If my child's school is considered to be a computer science immersion school, then where is the computer coding classes? Why not use this in-person afternoon learning for coding classes then? There has been no computer learning since the start of the school in the fall of 2020. The governor of California offered $2 billion in incentive funding for the reopening of schools. Just last week on March 18, President Joe Biden signed into law the American Rescue Plan for $15.3 billion to assist California's K-12 schools. Since distance learning remains the same in the mornings for the rest of the year, what are you as members of the Temple City Unified School Board going to do with all the funding? With the funding that has been provided, we feel it would be better to use it for computer classes instead of offering a daycare for 2 hours. Or why can't the schools reopen for full-time in-person, given that teachers are vaccinated? Academic learning following with the current CDC guidelines. Please spend our children's funds wisely. Again, it's Parents L&D. The next submission is from Don Newfield. Dear members of the Temple City Unified School Board, my name is Don Newfield, and I'm a teacher, and I teach from my home office, but normally I teach at Temple City High School. I am so looking forward to getting back on campus and being in the TC environment again. I wanted to express my gratitude. Sorry. I wanted to express my gratitude to the board for keeping the health of TCUSD students and staff at the forefront of your decisions during the chaotic year. I know those decisions were not made lightly or without great thought and discussion. I understand why some parents want their kids back in the classroom full time. Trust me, I am at home with my dual language second grader, and I'd give anything for her to go back full time. But I appreciate the thoughtfulness behind the decision to go back when it is as safe as possible. I have seen the way other districts proceeded with decisions during this time, and while I don't fault them for their decisions, I do feel more valued by our district than I would have felt somewhere else. Thank you for putting the value of life ahead of profit, for listening to the stakeholders and parents, and for making the best decision you could during an uncertain time. I appreciate your discretion when making these monumental decisions. Until the new normal, Don Newfield. Down to about the last 4 or 5. I'll just keep on reading till the end. This is from Veronica Valdez. Dear TCUSD School Board members, I'm a parent whose child attends La Rosa Elementary School. I'm writing today to express my gratitude and support for the return to school plan that has been created. I know that you have carefully thought about all the options available and chose the plan you felt was not only in the best interest of students, but of teachers as well. It was great to read all the safety measures that you will have in place, such as smaller class sizes and personal protection equipment. Furthermore, I'm very pleased that there will be no simultaneous teaching, as this not only takes a toll on teachers, but does not benefit students. Again, just wanted to express my gratitude and support for all that you are doing for our children. La Rosa Elementary teachers, administrators, and staff have been outstanding throughout distance learning. Thank you for your time and service. Sincerely, Veronica Valdez. parent of La Rosa Elementary Rascal. Next letter is from Cindy. I'm going to guess it's Jurick, pronounced Jurick, Jurick. Dear members of the Board of Education, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to voice my concerns regarding the district's reopening plan. My second grader and TKer attend Emperor Elementary. As any parent of young children can attest, remote learning is extremely challenging, frustrating, and more so when both parents are working full-time, trying to balance everything. Distance learning is taking a toll on our children, and we can no longer ignore how this is affecting their mental well-being. My happy kids now hate Zooming and staring into a screen so much that it has taken the joy out of learning. Can you imagine the joy sucked out of learning when they still have at least 10 more years of school? What is the district's primary reason for keeping distance learning? I understand not disrupting learning is a priority, but I believe keeping them at home will be a bigger disruption in the long run. Have they taken into account the children's feelings? Have you surveyed students to truly understand how they feel about distance learning? My second grader had a recent assignment to write an opinion piece on distance learning. If you read her letter or the many others, it will break your heart because all they are asking for is to go back to school and learn with their teacher and classmates. Our children are more resilient than we think, and we need to give them more credit. They will adapt to in-person instruction learning quickly and will be so happy to return to school and some normalcy. Parents in nearby schools have expressed their children thriving now that they are back in school for learning in person and their teacher and classmates. The kids have been tortured enough the last year in distance learning, and it's time for them to go back on campus and learn in person from their teachers. LA County is on target to move up to orange tier next week, which means 50% of businesses can reopen. Teachers are getting vaccinated. Some of the normalcy is starting, and we don't want our kids left behind academically and emotionally. There's no excuse for not open up the schools. There's still 2 months of schools left, so it's not too late. If we don't open now, how can we open in the fall? Very concerned parent, Chris and Cindy Jurk. This is a second to last letter. This is also from the parents signed as L&D. It says, to members of the Temple City School Board, in addition to my first letter, I just learned that the board is approving $900,000 to pay teachers for 8 hours of daycare per week. I know that many parents I've spoken to will not be sending their children back in April. What will you do with the rest of the unspent money if it's not a popular program? Last one. This is from Nancy Kong, who sent a letter in earlier. This is, Dear Temple City School Board, Los Angeles County is slated to move into the orange tier by next week. What are our reopening plans now? It would be nice if TCUSD can share future return to school for the fall plans with parents. Other neighboring school districts such as Rosemead, El Monte, San Gabriel, Arcadia, Pasadena, South Pasadena, and San Marino are all around us are planning to open after spring break or have already opened. We need to bring our kids back to in-person learning beyond the 2 afternoon hours. Online learning is problematic, and the kids need to return to traditional school. Signed, sincerely, Nancy Kong. And that concludes our public comments. Thank you. Let's see, we are now on to item 12, which is a community update by me. Now I have to find out where I put that. I apologize. Okay, I have a few items. The first three were provided by member Georgino, and I'll just go ahead and read it. They're all about things related to parks and recreation from the city. The Temple City Camellia Festival is holding a contest to find a theme for the 2022 festival. Applicants must be students aged 5 to 18 years old who live in Temple City or within TCUSD boundaries. There will be cash prizes, and the winner will ride in the 2022 parade. The application can be found at www.camelliafestival.org. So if you go there, you'll see information. And the other two items have to do with, again, city and parks. It says, Temple City Parks and Recreation is offering a virtual spring day camp for children. Contact the Parks and Recreation Department for details. And as Donna explained it to me, the city will be putting out packages ahead of the spring day camp program, and there will be things in those packages that will be used during the vacation. So the other thing is that Temple City Parks and Recreation is conducting a drive-through Easter event on Saturday, April 3rd. Children will receive a bag of goodies and can say hello to the Easter Bunny. Pre-registration is required. Both information about both these things can be found on the city's website, www.ci.temple-city.ca.us, or call them at 626-579-0461. Thank you. Oh, and some more. These are from Richard Lohman from Temple City High School. Temple City Science Bowl, the Temple City Science Bowl team placed 4th at regionals at JPL. The team consists of Jenny Chen, team captain. I'm going to butcher this name. I apologize. Tuan Tan An Nguyen, Maximilian Body, Ryan Wong, and Harrison Zhang. Ken New Thin was the team coach. And then this last blurb says, join the Brighter Side Singers for an afternoon of music and fun from the comfort of your couch. This event will showcase highlights from 56 years of TCHS musicals performed by our current Brighter Side Singers. The event will be broadcast March 28th at 4 o'clock at Temple City Brighter Side Singer, at templecitybritterside.org. So it's Sunday, March 28th at 4 o'clock. All right, time for me to take a break, and we're going to move on to district updates, and we'll start first with business services and educational services, both to be done by Dr. Mercedes Gomez. Mercedes, what do you have for us tonight?
Yes, thank you. So in business services, we're all working to get acclimated to my new role there. I began meeting with various individuals and departments, and I wanted to start by extending a huge thank you for everyone who has helped make my transition as smooth as possible. I also wanted to acknowledge Dale Calvillo and Anthony Salazar, who have been working hard partnering with the school sites and ensuring that we were ready for our public health visits. So we've had a few of them over the last couple of weeks. And then I also wanted to recognize Alexa Koch and Fisco for partnering with me as we begin examining some of our practices and ensuring that we're aligned with current guidelines. In Ed Services, we have now wrapped up our LCAP survey for our students, our staff, and our parents, and we currently are working on developing our new 3-year plan. And we're also working on concurrently on the annual update to the 1920 LCAP, as well as the learning continuity and attendance plan. We're also closely monitoring all of the latest developments from the CDE regarding statewide assessments, and I'll provide that in a little bit more detail later on in our presentation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mercedes. We are now on to, I'm just going to group them together, personnel services and student services and technology, because both will be covered by Ms. Hannah Getty. Hannah, what do you have for us?
Good evening. Thank you. So for personnel services, we are very busy working on adjusting staffing and getting everybody placed appropriately as we go to reopen. We're very excited to be bringing everybody back. We have a lot of staff members that, though maybe a little bit nervous, everybody's a little bit worried. Everybody's really trying to do what they can to help make this effort a success. So we're really excited to get that going. There was news from Capitol Hill here in California, where we are going to now be able to offer that we're being reimbursed for the supplemental sick time after December 31st. So what had happened is that federal funding had ended, and we as a district had tried to keep that up to support any of our members, any of our employees who did get affected by COVID, either because of a quarantine or an isolation. And now there is new funding to help support that as well, and also to support in different levels. So we're going to be rolling that out to our staff members to make sure we're supporting everybody as we move forward, and many people are getting vaccinated and being able to have all those opportunities. So personnel is quite busy. Student services, we keep plugging away with enrollment. We've had a lot of new parents want to come to our district, so we're very excited about that. It's pretty early for us to have our numbers growing so quickly, so we're hoping that they continue to stay at this pace. I can't tell you anything for sure yet, but we are hoping that it stays the way it is going. Also, we are looking for our wellness plan as we work together with our counselors from every school site. We're excited to bring them together later this summer and to sort of unify all of our plans from each site and create an entire district-wide counseling plan. I also met with a group of students who have been so diligent in their efforts to create a student committee with adults also added to it that will be a district wellness focus, and we'll be able to incorporate students from the high school as well as Oak, and then hopefully we'll bring in some sixth graders as well. So I had a really great time being able to do that with them. And then lastly, for our technology, Tech had a rough week. This past week, we did have a tech glitch that occurred. We've been really lucky, and I don't even want to say it out of my mouth, but since the very first day of school, we really haven't had any major issues with technology. I think Clever on their own side had a problem one time, but this glitch was one of our filter glitches that thanks to Andy and his crew, we were able to get on and get fixed before the next school day. And we're just getting ready for that return back and making sure that we can support any devices that come back into the classrooms and that we can keep them charged and ready to go. So that's all for us.
Great, thank you, Hannah. We're now on to item 14, which is bargaining unit comments. And we're going to start first with TCEA and Kyla Yurtstedt. Kyla, what do you have for us tonight?
Hi, good evening. Yeah, this is I think been a little bit of a challenging week as we've just heard news and looked on the news. I'm really glad to have Sandy Dusong on our team as we're, I think, listening around the country, and we're kind of, to me, feeling a little bit of an echo of the Black Lives Matter issues coming back up, but this time with our Asian American country members. And so we see, some rise in hate crimes. And so I'm just really glad that we have had a focus in the district in terms of social-emotional learning and kind of coming back to bringing some of these issues up on a district level and at our school sites. I think the other thing that, of course, we're looking at is just the loss of life as we're turning on our cameras and our televisions and our computers in Colorado. So, I think it's just been a little bit of a somber week. And then also for our own TCUSD family, we've lost someone this week. And so I just have a short statement to read about that. So last Wednesday, the TCUSD community lost an amazing teacher and friend, Jen DeVito. Jen served TCUSD with pride for over 21 years and impacted the lives of hundreds of students. On behalf of the family, we would like to thank the community for their support. The outpouring of prayers, love, and support are helping all who are grieving through this very difficult time. So just in her memory, I wanted to take a moment to mention her and the service she has given to our school district. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Kyla. Okay, we are moving on now to CSEA 105, Robin Penn. Robin, do you have anything you want to share?
I don't have anything tonight. I'm just so exhausted from listening to Matt all that time that I'm going to give you guys a break tonight.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Matt. I don't envy you at all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to CSEA 823, Art Contreras. Art?
Hi, good evening, Matt and board. I just have one thing to say. I'm excited that they extended the leave for COVID. I know a few of my members had to take time after the first, and now that they could get reimbursed on that leave, the sick time that they had to use, which is great. Other than that, I have nothing. I know we're working hard to get started back up again and seeing some activities here at the sites. It's good to see some kids running around here and kind of, brings it back to why we're here. So just wanted to say that. You guys have a good board meeting. It's going to be long. I'm looking at the agenda. Good luck.
Thank you, Art. Appreciate it. Okay, with that, we're moving on to item 15, board member comments. And did I skip student? Oh, no, that's next. Board member comments, and we'll start first with Mary Sneed tonight. You're muted, Mary.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Matt. You can rest your voice for a little bit, I think.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I helped at the vaccine clinic in Duarte about a week and a half ago. It was a really great morning. I did see some of our employees coming through there. And I really appreciate the partnership that that our district had with the Duarte School District and the City of Hope. I thought it was a really well-run event. I believe they vaccinated 800 people that morning. So I think it was a nice partnership. want to thank the La Rosa TED Ed Club for joining us again tonight. That program has been a highlight of La Rosa's program for several years, and I really appreciate the work that Mrs. Young and Ms. Seltzer do to help these students find their voice. Last week, I completed my second Master's in Governance class. It covered student achievement and judicial review. As I'm completing those classes, I'm just becoming prouder and prouder of being a part of this district. We're a high achieving district for a reason, I think, and I believe that's a combination of an outstanding staff, involved parents, and students who are always ready for a challenge. Also on our agenda tonight, I applaud the proclamation. Please excuse my voice. I've been losing it all day, so try to get through my comments. Excuse me. I applaud the proclamation we're discussing during this meeting in support of our AAPI families and against the hate directed toward them recently. We joined the Temple City City Council to declare that hate has no place in our community. Hate and violence directed toward one segment of our community must be unacceptable to everyone. And with this proclamation, I think we are declaring that we value, excuse me, and celebrate the diversity of our district. I'm going to try to get through this next part. This is the hardest part. Finally, I want to honor the memory of one of our Longton teachers we lost this past week. Jennifer DeVito was an outstanding teacher, leader, and most importantly, she was an amazing person. This loss has struck right at the heart of our school family, and I share the pain Longton is feeling right now. No matter what challenges Jen faced these last few years, she always had an infectious smile on her face. And that's why I will always remember her. I found a poem that reflects how we might be able to deal with this loss. We used this at a Relay for Life about a year ago when I wanted to share it. Remember me with smiles and laughter, because that's how I'll remember you all. If you only remember me with tears, then don't remember me at all. Remember me and all the times we've had, but just remember the good and not the bad. Remember me and the life I was given to live. I pray I did some good with what I had to give. Remember me when you see the people on the street and give a kind word to everyone you meet. Then when the day comes and your duty here is through, remember that I'll be waiting up in heaven to welcome you. Jen DeVito, you will be greatly missed in our district. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mary. Moving on, we're gonna go next to Member Espinoza. Melissa, what do you have for us?
Let me know if my vocals are cutting out. Are they cutting out? No, okay. Okay, good. All right, so good evening, everybody. I wanted to start off by sharing my condolences to the family and friends of Jen DeVito. She will be missed by our district, her students, and their families. Switching gears a little bit, I watched the CSBA webinar on AB 86, Separating Fact from Fiction. It was very helpful, and if you haven't seen it, I think it's a good thing to watch and see what the facts are versus what maybe rumors are with relation to AB 86. In terms of attendance, I attended my routine PTA council meeting and the Chick-fil-A dine out for the performing arts groups. I hope they were successful. I also want to congratulate the students who participated in the Science Bowl regionals, finishing 4th out of 24. Max Botti, Jenny Chen, Tuan An Nguyen, Ryan Wong, and Harrison Zhang. Congratulations. and to their counselor. Thank you, Dr. Fricker and team, for putting together a Q&A session for parents. I'm looking forward to attending as a parent of this district, as I know many others are. And I appreciate the quick response to making it happen sooner. So I appreciate that. I wanted to wish a happy birthday to Marie Montero, who keeps us board members on track. So happy birthday. And to Jerry Jambazian, because I just heard that tomorrow's his birthday. So I miss Jerry a lot. I'm used to seeing him at the board in the boardroom. So hopefully we'll be able to see him soon. And then just a quick FYI, Donna, I joined the Historical Society. So I just submitted my membership. So I'm happy about that and look forward to helping them as well. And that's it for tonight for me.
Great, thanks, Melissa. Next, we'll have Member Georgino. Donna, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much. Happy spring, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the students from La Rosa for their TED Ed demonstration this evening. I'm always so impressed with what they can do, especially the young ones. It's just amazing how articulate they are. And a special thanks to Cindy Young and Emily Seltzer. I think it would have been so easy for them to say, we're not going to do it this year. There's too much going on, but they continued with the program, and I really appreciate the extra effort they put into it. I wanted to congratulate the Temple City High School Ocean Science Club. They participated in the LA Surf Bowl and got 4th place. And also congratulations to the Science Club that participated in the JPL Science Bowl and got 4th place also. And congratulations to the Temple City High School Future Business Leaders of America. They have competed and qualified to go on to the state competition. So I look forward to hearing how they did. Since our last meeting, I participated in the Legislative Action Week, and I met on Zoom with our Assembly member, Ed Chow. And I got out of my comfort zone and participated in the presentation to him. And we were discussing the budget, and the item I spoke about was the deferrals, trying to convince him that to eliminate the deferrals that are coming up in June. We also spoke about the COLA and the PERS and STIRS problems. So we'll see if anything comes of that. And finally, I listened to the webinar from Capital Advisors on the American Recovery Plan. And so our staff has their work cut out for them with that, but there's some good things coming for us. So I was glad to hear about that. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Donna. And then moving on next to Dr. Michael Lynn. Mike, what do you have for us tonight?
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you to everyone who submitted written correspondences this evening to provide input and to share your thoughts. I want to thank Matt for reading the public comments on everyone's behalf and still have a voice. I just have 2 things to share today. We are devastated by the loss of a beloved teacher, as mentioned earlier. My deepest sympathies go out to the DeVito family. Jen DeVito made the world a better place through the difference that she had made in the many lives that she had touched. We will miss her, and Jen will forever remain in our hearts. We're also devastated by the loss of lives in Atlanta and Boulder. We are heartbroken and feel the pain in the surge of violence. Violence must stop. Hate must stop. We need empathy, compassion, and solidarity. I want to thank Sandy Dusong for reciting the Pledge of Allegiance earlier for the board, and I look forward to hearing your presentation later. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike. Just a couple things. I'm going to be brief. Certainly mourn the loss of Jennifer DeVito. Ironically, the last time I really talked to her was at the Cancer Survivor Luncheon at the Women's Club about a year and a half ago, and things were better then. And it's just very sad. Anyway, I wanted to give a special shout out to our council person, Cynthia Sternquist. She's been very good about providing sanitizer to our district and masks and whatnot. I've gone to her house and picked up boxes of the stuff, and she also provided a contact for a grant that would provide the equipment to scan people as they entered our campus sites to see if they have fevers and whatnot. So anyway, appreciate the help from her in that regard. I wanted to also mention that I saw, I don't know who posted it, but on Facebook, a picture of Dr. Fricker out there in the parking lot of City Hope doing her duty to get people their shots. So that was nice to see. And then a special thanks has been mentioned to Cindy Young and Emily Seltzer with regard to the TED Ed. They do a wonderful job, and it's just always just really first cabin, as they say, on the cruise. And then lastly, I apologize, Marie. He told me a good week and a half, 2 weeks ago, that it was your birthday tonight, and I forgot. I'm so sorry. Happy birthday. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to student board member comments. And Nicole, what do you have for us?
So this past week, I've been really working on getting a lot of input from our students, especially the senior class, regarding our plan to return to school. And unfortunately, I think I've heard more negative comments about it rather than positive comments. I heard that a lot of students just weren't interested because it adds on to what their current workload is. Like it wouldn't, be one of their actual classes that they would have to attend. It's just like an extra few hours that would be, taken out of their day when they could be studying or working on homework or doing things for their required classes. I heard that instead of this plan of going back to school for just a few hours, that they would prefer to wait until we could go back completely socially distanced rather than participate in this plan we have now. I believe that the seniors also said that they would prefer to work on getting to participate with their extracurricular classes first beforehand, rather than just having this, few hour period every single day. Because in addition to that, even if they did get to participate in their extracurricular classes for this few hour long period, a lot of them have multiple extracurriculars. I would not be able to attend all of them. I also wanted to suggest, I think we heard this in the public comments, a new survey for not only just for parents, but also for students as well, to get their direct input, because I believe some parents either didn't tell their students about the survey or didn't really go over it with them together. And I think that's something really important that should happen. So either a new survey for the parents and students separately, or just kind of reinforce for them to, work on it and take it together. I would also like to say happy birthday to Miss Montero, because she's always helping me. I always send her a text when I need anything or have any questions. So I'm just so very thankful for that. That's all I have for today. If you guys would like me to ask any questions to the students, just let me know and I'll make sure to clarify any of that.
We would always love to hear feedback from the students.
Also to the Longden family, because I know what a beacon of hope and energy she was to that campus, and then also to the TCUSD family as a whole, because Jen, she was in our district for a very long time, and she not only influenced the school that she participated in, she truly did influence the entire district. And she is and was an amazing teacher, and she will surely be missed by all of us. I first came to know Jen when we were talking about kindergarten and having the conversation of moving it to an extended day or of a full day. And her leadership, her guidance, her knowledge was just impeccable through that entire process. And quickly, I became very, very fond of her as a human being and as an educator. And so with that, she will surely be missed by all of us. I did want to just thank, again, just give a shout out to USC Keck Medical, the City of Hope, and the Herald Christian Health Center, who provided our vaccines for all of our staff. They were able to provide an opportunity for every staff member, including our substitutes, to get vaccinated. And now they are actually on their second round. So thank you, Mary Sneed, for volunteering with me. And then also I just want to give just a thank you out to Bob Westgate, Jessica Gould, who did many, and Miss Mari Montgomery, who did many of the sessions on Saturday, some on Sunday, just to make sure that our staff has access. And that partnership with Duarte Unified, because the City of Hope, the vaccinations actually happened on or happens on their campuses. So they have been a tremendous partner, as Ms. Sneed mentioned before. So thank you to all of those folks that helped out. And then I do want to give a personal thank you to Miss Alexa Koch for putting on a budget workshop for our TCUSD leadership members, and, you know, kind of walking through and becoming transparent and answering questions and making sure that they have the available information that they need. And that partnership and that hopefully those workshops continue to move forward. So I'm looking forward to that partnership, but that meeting was largely successful due to Alexa's efforts. So thank you so much for that. And then finally, I just want to thank the teams who are conducting all of the Department of Public Health school site inspections. Those inspections are really needed and necessary to make sure that we have all of the safety measures in place prior to the opening of students being welcoming back on campus. Mr. Anthony Salazar, who is the supervisor of M&O, Dale Cabillo, who is a supervisor custodial, and then David Shea, who is the supervisor of grounds, along with Ms. Mercedes Gomez and Hannah Getty, who have been organizing and making sure that all of the check boxes on the list are checked off. So thank you so much for that team. And that's all my comments.
Great, thank you, Kim. We are moving on to item 18, written communications. Does anybody have any written communications they would like to share? Okay, a lot of head shaking no, so I have nothing myself. That will move on to the discussion information portion of our agenda, starting first with administration. Item number 19, the reopening update by Dr. Kimberly Frickert. Kim, you're on again.
I'm going to wait for the presentation to load. And then we will move forward.
Give me 1 second. I'm getting there.
Uh-huh.
Okay, can everybody see it okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So just to start us off, we want to revisit our reopening of our schools program and plan, and we want to clarify some information and or enhance some information as things have changed and we have shifted in terms of making sure our structures, our plan, and our safety procedures are in place. So we want to make sure that the public has an updated information on this.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and get us started. So I wanted to begin by providing everyone with an update regarding state testing. So last year, blanket waivers were issued given the sudden closures due to COVID-19. But this year, the federal government has announced that they will not issue blanket waivers. However, they did encourage states to apply for flexibilities. So at the February State Board of Education meeting, the State Board took action directing the California Department of Education to seek a waiver from the Federal Department of Ed to allow for a waiver for the California Science Test, to decouple the state assessments from the federal accountability, and to waive the federal penalties for not meeting the 95% threshold for participation, as well as extending the testing window for LPAC through July 30th. Additionally, most recently at the March State Board of Education meeting last week, the State Board of Ed took action to direct the CDE to seek a waiver from the Department of Education that would allow additional flexibility. And so this additional flexibility would allow districts to select the best assessment tool that is available for their local context. And so there were certain parameters that we would need to follow if we were to move in this direction. And so those parameters are there. Any assessment that we were to select would need to be aligned to the California Common Core State Standards for both language arts and math. It would need to be available to be assessed for our students in grades 3 through 8, as well as grade 11, because those are the tested grade levels currently for state testing. It would need to be uniformly administered. So that means that it would have to be the same test format that we would administer to all of our students in all of these grades. And then we would need to be able to disaggregate the results of those tests based on demographic data that we currently have to report out on our dashboard, as well as be able to share out those results with our parents and teachers. And so for us, we actually would be able to comply with this with iReady. There are a few pre-approved programs or assessments that districts have been using. And so for us, iReady does meet those parameters, and it is currently on the list of the pre-approved options for assessment that we would be able to use. However, at this time, the Department of Education at the federal level has not necessarily approved our waiver. So while it has been submitted, it has not quite yet been approved. And so we are waiting to hear additional guidance. Should it be approved, we are ready to move forward.
On to filters and our HVAC systems. We know that the air quality inside of our classrooms are utmost important during this time, especially as we have staff in larger numbers and students transition back onto campus. So across our district, we have ordered and we will update all of our filters into a filter that is perfectly made for the extraction of particulates out of the air. These filters are actually made from the same material as the N95 mask, and those filters will be put in place at all of our school sites and in all of our buildings across our district. In addition to the HVAC filter upgrades, we are also looking at putting in air purifiers and air scrubbers. These are from the Aris Pure and Clean, and they estimate to remove 99.96 of airborne SARS-CoV particulates within the air. And they also not only remove them from the air, but they also are able to sanitize surfaces. So they do use the UVC light waves, and they have a catalytic process that actually goes through to remove these particulates from the air, and they actually can sanitize on the surfaces. These would be freestanding units that would be put in classrooms and office spaces and our large common areas. We do want to make sure that these units can be turned on and off and that they can be cleaned frequently. So we will have those in and available in our classrooms. Like anything else, whenever we want to spend or need to spend additional funds to make sure that the safety and sanitation procedures throughout our district exceed beyond the COVID scare, we do believe that these air purifiers and air scrubbers will actually have a long range use for TCUSD, in that they do not only remove the COVID particulates, but they also remove flu virus and other impurifications within the air, including during wildfire season, when we can have smoke that is quite pervasive, even if you have the doors and windows closed. These filters will actually remove those smoke particulates out of the air as well, making sure that we ensure air quality through the COVID period, but also well beyond the COVID period.
Okay, so in addition to all of the previously mentioned PPE and safety precautions in place, we've also purchased clear face masks and face shields with a drape. These are meant to support our primary teachers as well as our speech and language pathologists as they work with our students. We want to make sure that our younger students are able to see not just the expressions and the emotions in their teachers, but they can also see the position of their mouth as they are formulating sounds or possibly working on articulation. Additionally, we have ordered large sandwich boards, or I've just learned that they're actually called A-frames. So I'm learning something new every day. And so these signs are in all 3 of the languages that we serve in our communities. As well, they emphasize the need to stay home if you're experiencing COVID symptoms. They emphasize the importance of monitoring temperature, ensuring physical distancing, wearing a face mask at all times, as well as the importance of practicing frequent hand washing. So these are all in accordance with the guidelines that are set forth by the Los Angeles County of Public Health. And so they've been now making visits. Since last week, they've been visiting our school sites to ensure that we are ready for reopening. So as of today, all our sites have been visited with the exception of Temple City High School and DDSLC, but we do have those 2 sites already scheduled. And so as part of the reopening processes for businesses in LA County, LA County Department of Public Health has put out appendices that businesses need to follow. And so these are typically geared toward a specific business or a specific type of industry. So for school sites, there are 2 that we need to follow. And so they are Appendix T1 and Appendix T2. The first one, T1, is titled The Reopening Protocols for K-12 Schools, and it is a 19-page document that basically outlines all of the steps that we need to take at each school site in order to reopen. And that covers everything from classroom setup, classroom layout, the screening of students and staff, mitigation strategies to prevent any transmission, and then even how to properly handle anyone with any potential symptoms. The second document is the T2. And so that is the protocol for COVID-19 exposure management plan in TK-12 schools. And so that document outlines the need for school districts to have a COVID compliance task force. And then it spells out what our notifications and communication process should be, as well as how to handle any type of exposure from 1 positive case to anywhere from more than 3 positive cases. It is a very cumbersome document because while it tells you what needs to happen, it doesn't really identify the how. So in the next slide, we'll share a little bit of the how, specifically what we developed with everyone here.
So as we look at the flowcharts we've put together when this first started happening, and we recognize that unfortunately some of our employees were finding themselves in a situation where they either had tested positive or they needed to quarantine because of an exposure, lots of questions were popping up. And, again, it being such a new situation for everybody, we were able to do a lot of research and really pull from the CDC, also Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, and really just sort of centralize all of those questions into a flowchart document that you see here for our employees. We were able to list what the symptoms were, because those were, as you remember, when the pandemic was first starting, some of those were changing a little bit as we were learning more about what it was like when people were becoming ill with the virus. And so we are giving them options to be able to follow this flow chart and know exactly what would happen if this was to happen, if this was to happen, and so forth. And there were logical steps to take. And one of the very, very first steps is to notify their supervisor. Their supervisor would then report it into another document where we, the COVID task force, were able to jump on it right away, do the contact tracing, report it to public health, and be able to make sure that we were keeping everybody safe. And knock on wood, we've been very happy and proud to announce that we have not had transmission within TCUSD. While many of our employees have had to isolate or quarantine, it was not because of transmissions that were happening on our campuses. So we were happy about that, and we're excited, looking forward, knowing that we can keep everybody safe as we go into a more inclusive environment where everybody's coming back together slowly in a transitional state. Same then, as we look at our students, as we start to bring students back, those same questions happen. And what do we do? What do we do when a student isn't feeling well and might show some of the symptoms? What happens in the family home if somebody has been exposed to COVID? Should that student come to school? And so we've put together many steps, and we'll be getting that out to our families as well. We've been waiting to get approval from Department of Health as they've done our walkthroughs, and they've been really happy with our documents. So we're excited that our team was able to put together something that could make a very complicated situation simple and easy to understand. And then lastly, in Parent Square, one of our favorite tools of this year for helping with all of our communication, we're able to operate a daily screener that parents and students can just do on their phones. And so obviously for our littles, we'll need our parents to be able to do that. It just asks some very quick questions about the symptoms for COVID and making sure that students aren't experiencing any of those things, and also ask for a temperature to make sure people are taking their temperature at home while we'll be checking it at the gate. We just want to have that double check and just make sure that everybody is healthy and well to be on campus. We've been doing this health screener among all of our staff as we've come back, and it's been a really easy thing for everyone to do, and just sort of gives the person in charge of the campus or the team in charge some access to know that everybody has checked in and everybody has completed the screener.
So with regard to facility use, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this later on in the program as well, but with regard to facility use, the LA County Department of Public Health Appendix T1, the reopening of TK through 2 schools plan, has authorized the use of outdoor facility use to reopen. So we will actually go through a process where we ask the board to reopen that facility and start that process. They have not made facility use to indoor facilities open to the public at this time. So as we have come out from the purple down to the red, and then as we proceed downward towards orange, this could change, but as of yet, the only facility use permits that that are allowed through the LA County Department of Public Health would be outdoor use. And as we continue to navigate the global pandemic, just a recap of where we were and then where we're going. And so way back in December and January, you remember that campuses were actually closed down. Everything was shut down due to the tremendous surges that we saw. And then we did want to reach out to our parent and family groups just to see where people were at that time, what were they thinking, what were they feeling, decisions. That information was helpful in making decisions as we moved from January into December. Some districts even began to announce that they were going to stay with distance learning for the remainder of the school year. TCUSD did not do that. We want to make sure that we provide every option for parents. We know that we have parents from a variety that have a variety of needs across the district, and making sure that we hear from them, and then that information factors into our decision-making process throughout this journey was paramount. In addition, I began to make small presentations at the PTA council meetings. Those are meetings that I just want to thank Maria Gardner for her leadership with the PTA this year. This is an unprecedented year for them, but the council does serve as a collection of PTA presidents from all of our school sites. And so in those meetings, they frequently ask me questions. We provide updates to them. And make sure that they carry some of the voices and the concerns from parents that they work with at school sites to us as administrators, so that we can factor in that information as well.
And so also in late January, Governor Newsom announced his plan for reopening. And so this was his original plan before SB 86 came into play. And as part of Governor Newsom's original plan, districts needed to complete the COVID safety plan. And so that consisted of 2 documents. The first was the Cal OSHA COVID-19 prevention plan. And the second was the COVID-19 guidance checklist from California Department of Public Health. So both of these documents needed to be board approved and submitted by February 1st with consultation from bargaining units, which we were able to do. Additionally, we were also monitoring the case rates in LA County as the surge from late fall and winter was beginning to level off. We began phasing our staff back onto campuses, but we were still experiencing certain setbacks, especially in the vaccine department. So there were a lot of vaccine shortages. And even as certain age groups or prioritized groups were beginning to move up in the vaccine queue, oftentimes people were unable to secure a vaccine or even schedule their appointment, or having to reschedule a currently existing appointment due to those shortages.
And then as we look at March, you look at these 4 months, and it's 4 months that it feels like they are calculated in dog years, because it's hard to even look back to December and January and really remember what that was like, and to see such a different picture, thank goodness, here in March. So as we started planning for our reopening, as Dr. Gomez did mention, we started inviting in the Department of Health, and they've come and done visits on many of our campuses, and we have a few more to do, and they've gone very, very well, and we're very excited about that. A lot of work went into those, as we've mentioned, all the people that worked countless hours to get us up and ready and safe for everyone. We then did send out our spring survey once we had a better idea of what we were going to be able to offer. And then, thank goodness, LA County has moved into the red tier. We were very in a deep purple for a while, and getting into the red tier opened up many opportunities. As we know, we've opened up high school sports, which we're excited about, and getting our students back to some of that, transitioning into what feels more like a normal experience. Then now we have been able to offer and have offered to us vaccines for all of education staff. So we're excited about that too, to keep everybody safe. And I know a lot of people feel a sigh of relief when they're able to get that vaccine, no matter how difficult it may be, because it's different for everyone. And we did then present our plan to the board, and we were happy to be able to do that and get a lot of feedback from everyone. And in our survey, we were able, for those that opted for the in-person, to offer an ELP waiver for our essential working parents, essential workers. And now in reviewing what we can do and some options, we are going to be able, and I'll talk about this later, we're excited to be able to open up that opportunity for more parents as well. So when we look at what we're offering, and I hear a lot of the feedback and comments, and so I just want to be able to make really clear what we really are offering and sort of the thought behind what we're doing, because it seems like there might be a little miscommunication in that. So as we look at the distance learning plan that we put together for all of our students this year, that was having all of our teachers work countless hours throughout the summer to learn new technology, to figure out how they can offer that instructional program that they're used to delivering in the classroom as close as possible in a distance learning setting. And we know, especially for our youngest students, how difficult that is. And for all of our students to feel isolated and away from their friends. That's the last thing that anybody really wants to do. With all of that hard work going in, we always envisioned being able to transition back to a hybrid setting, to some sort of form of a hybrid setting. And then the surges kept happening, and then they kept getting worse. And it became very, very difficult to know for sure. We had districts in the local area starting to call it for the year, saying it's going to be distance learning for the rest of the year. And we were weighing back and forth, what is the right thing to do? And the surveys that we had done, even the first survey, which was before the surge, was very clear that the overwhelming majority of our parents were not ready to send their students back to school. They were very concerned about them being on a campus without vaccines available to them and to adults at that point. And then obviously the December and January survey that went out right there at the cross of the new year, the surge was booming, as everyone said. So absolutely, the results of almost 90% of parents wanting to stay home makes sense. And then as we get to the end, hopefully the end and the light at the end of the tunnel, and we have more people willing to come in now that staff and adults are able to be vaccinated, they feel a little bit safer. So we're excited to be able to offer that for anybody that wants it. What our goal was, as we met with our staff and as we talked to several people, like Dr. Fricker mentioned, talking to the PTA Council, we've even talked to students. I had a little focus group the other day, as I mentioned, for our wellness group, and we talked about coming back, and they were very grateful to not have to be forced back, and that they had options because their family didn't want them to come back, and they didn't necessarily feel safe because of who's living in their home, and they didn't want to bring it back home to anybody who was sick. So keeping all these things in mind and trying our best to satisfy as many people as possible. It's been said many times that we can't please everyone, and that's absolutely true. We focus then on our students, and we truly believe being able to keep that instructional session that the teachers work so hard to be able to offer our students, that our students are, even though they may not enjoy it, all of them may not enjoy it, they know what it is, they know what to expect, they're in a safe environment. We all know that learning can't take place if we don't feel safe. And so being able to offer that and not interrupt that learning period, and as well as the asynchronous work that we continue to have. Our 240-minute requirement for grades 4 and beyond hasn't changed. That's going to continue. Our instructional learning program isn't going to change. What we're now offering and what we're excited to be able to do is bring those students who want to come on campus, and for those parents that want their students back on campus, to come onto the campus, learn what it feels like to be on the campus. Many of those students haven't even been on a campus or haven't been on a campus very long, and to get them back in that learning environment. And though the work is not new instruction, because we still have many of our families, over 63% of our families that want to stay home, we have to make sure that we're not offering new instruction in one area that another group isn't going to be able to get. We just can't double our staff, which would be ideal if we could, to give everybody what they want here, give everybody what they want there. We have to be very smart in what we can offer. So in looking at this, what we chose to do, instead of just sort of mushing it all together and weakening our distance learning program, we were able to offer what we have done, what we believe we've done and put a lot of work into pretty well. And it's not perfect, but we are happy with what we're able to offer. We have been into some of those teachers' classes. We have heard about so many successes that are happening, even in such a difficult time, on a device. And then now we're able to enhance that with students being able to come onto campus and be able to do things that are, things that you can't do on a site, maybe building a volcano and looking at certain things that you can't necessarily see on a computer screen, but you can touch and feel and understand because you're there in the classroom, and maybe have that reteaching moment where teachers are able to go back over some of those standards that we worry about. We worry about our transitioning students, our students who are learning to read, being able to do what was taught in the morning and reteach it in the afternoon for those students to come in and get some of that extra help as well. So when we talk about social emotional learning, we talk about the whole child. It talks about understanding what it is to be on a campus, what it is to be a learner, what it is to be able to transition. And that takes students time, and we want to give them that time and opportunity to transition without compromising the solid product that we've offered for instructional time. So what we're very excited to be able to do is basically double what we have. We're able to offer both settings without diluting one or the other. And in addition to that, we look at our secondary students. Now, those numbers were very, very different. Only 28% of families wanted to send their secondary student back because secondary students, and I have one at home, are, what we understand now, are at a greater risk than some of our younger students. And so there is a very big concern with those students still being able to catch the virus. And that was made very, very clear as we talk about our data in a little bit. But what we are able to cater to are those students in that secondary level, what their needs are. For the families that said they want to come back on, our secondary sites are working to build cohorts around those students. What can we offer them? What can we do? Are there cohorts in the afternoon that we can really focus on ninth graders who really are just struggling transitioning to the high school setting in a distance learning environment? We want to bring those students in. We want to match them with a teacher and have them get that extra help that they need so that they can be successful. For those seniors that want to come on, those seniors, our focus for them is to end this year with some sort of joy, give them something, be here, celebrate being a senior, having come through this great district, and let them have that opportunity to celebrate that and talk about getting prepared for college, talk about what's going on with their classes and what they're worried about, and being able to really be there to support them and guide and offer them what they need. And so then as we look at it, and I know many of the concerns have come up about the difficulty, absolutely. I've been a working parent my whole parenthood time, so I understand that. And what we've tried to do is create a childcare environment for those parents that absolutely need to go to work and be gone during what is a normal school day. And so what we were able to do is first just start it for those parents that said, yeah, I am interested in, I'm not afraid, and I might be afraid, but I'm willing to send my student to school. I believe that's what's best for my student. When they answered that on the survey, we were able to offer them some options for EOP if they considered themselves an essential worker, they needed to get to work and they needed to be working. So what we're able to do now is increase our staffing so that we can have that distance learning happen with an adult supervised staff member watching and helping those students stay plugged in, stay on task, celebrate good things, making sure that everybody's enjoying the learning as much as possible, even though it's not what we would normally want to see. And then because of our lunch program being as it is, we'd be able to get them lunch, or they could also bring in their lunch and they would have lunch, and then they'd be able to go, they'd get walked over to their in-person session and then meet their teacher that is assigned there to them. And our goal is to match students with their teacher as much as we possibly can, and certainly match by grade level so that they're able to really redo what if third graders been working on this week? What can we revisit with those third graders? What can we strengthen for those third graders? What fun can we have? How can we bring that learning back? So we're able to offer both of those things for each group, and that's what we're really looking to be able to do. And then for those parents that even at 2:45, you know, I was never the parent either that could pick up my student right at 2:45. EOP is able to offer their normal service until 6 p.m. There is a cost that applies for that childcare session. All the other EOP sessions we're offering free to all of our families. We're trying to support those families that really need the help so that their students can still get that great distance learning, still be able to attend the in-person session. So we're hoping by being able to offer all of these options, we're reaching as many parents as possible without disrupting the learning environment and keeping kids feeling comfortable in their routines and understanding the curriculum that's being taught to them with that reinforcement then in that afternoon session for those that want to come onto campus. So a few areas we wanted to address as well. The survey that did go out in March, I am hearing the feedback on it, and I do apologize that people felt that they weren't their voice wasn't heard. That is never what we want. So we want to make sure that we are hearing the voices of everyone, even though unfortunately we can't please everyone, and I wish that we could. The survey allowed everyone to leave a comment, and so we had 3,695 people do the survey, take the survey. Of that number, 621 of those entries had a comment that people left us, which was very, very helpful. And we were able to look at those comments and code them. So I wanted to share a little bit of information as we're talking about some of the concerns with the survey. As we look at the responses, 50% of the people that left a comment, so this is not of the people, there were plenty of people that took the survey and didn't leave a comment. But for the people that left a comment, there are 311, a little over 50%, just barely over 50%, were very clear that they want to stay in distance learning. They didn't feel it was worth the risk. They were grateful for the plan that was offered because it gave flexibility. Many people also mentioned about they're not sure they're sending their student even in the fall until a vaccine is available. So we had lots of comments at that level. Then there were many varying comments for different reasons. About 4.7%, which was a total of 29 comments, were clear that they didn't like the plan, that they had concerns about how they would be able to do this. They had a better option for the plan. And so we were able to, as much as possible, address those comments. When people put in a comment about childcare or transportation, we're reaching out to those families to be able to offer EOP as it becomes available. And EOP, again, is our childcare session. And so we just have to make sure we can staff it. So as soon as we are able to staff it, we want to pull those families in so that we can support them, so that their students can get a full day of what they need while their parents are out at work. And then the remaining comments that we heard about were safety. People had safety comments. There were some special education families with students in special education that had some questions and concerns. People were concerned about teachers being vaccinated. People were also concerned about having a different teacher. The last thing that parents wanted were for their student to have a different teacher. So they were nervous about that element. And then also many people said, can we just focus on reopening in fall? That this doesn't seem like it's really the right time to do it, but we would like you to really focus your energy on reopening in fall.
Sorry, I muted. So with that, thank you, Hannah, for that summary of what our current offerings are. A little bit of the thought process that went into the entire navigation of the pandemic. We really looked to the CDC. We really looked for information from the Department of Public Health, also the American Association of Pediatrics, and various COVID research programs that have been conducted along the way. And the focuses have all kind of congealed into a couple, four main areas. One, obviously, academics and academic success for students, and mitigating learning loss. And what are districts doing to make sure that you're putting in intervention strategies for those students so that you can reteach material so that they don't fall further behind, or that you can strengthen skills for students so that they will be well prepared to handle additional standards. The other one is accessibility to the curriculum and making sure that you have just the continuity of your technology and your learning platform for which students learn, and then also the social, emotional, and mental health aspects. And we know that throughout this pandemic, many families have had loss. Many families have had different forms of suffering through this pandemic, and that does affect our children, and therefore that we have a great responsibility to address those needs as well. when we were looking for what was this transition plan, how are we going to navigate the pandemic, we really wanted to make sure that we had a stepping stool, that we can build up a program to go back into complete in-person learning like it would have existed in 2019. And I know that everybody wants to get back there. We all want to get back there. Our teachers want to get back there, and surely students want to get back there, and families. And we understand that. And so looking at what is the program that we can build upon, and that's the graphic that you're seeing here. And this image actually comes from learning acceleration. The bottom layer, that bottom platform, is really those technological factors. How do we create accessibility for students? How do we have a supportive environment so that they can navigate that platform very easily? And then how do we make sure that we can add on robust software so that they can remain engaged in the curriculum along the way? The second factor is that pedagogy, that teaching model, focusing on learning, focusing on teaching, and making sure that we have a rigorous platform that is standards-based, that students are getting access to the standards throughout the entire school year. And then how are we creating that active learner, making sure that they are engaged in those activities? And then how are we learning what students are not active, and how do we provide interventions for them? We have put forth that platform through Canvas and Clever. We have put forth, the pedagogy and focused on the level of rigorous content that is on those platforms. Teachers have rerouted lessons to engage students and capture the learning that needs to happen, but also, not losing the students in the process. And this third factor that we're putting in is that relationship factor. And we know that an engaged student is a motivated student. It's a student that is confident, and it's a student that is connected. And with distance learning and with the pandemic, I think the connection between humans have dissolved. And that's one thing that we desperately need to bring back. And we need to focus on building those relationships, strengthening those connections, bringing students back on campus, and working with loving, caring adults that can help them not only navigate education, but navigate their way through this pandemic back into what is going to be the new normal. So we know that that connection is extremely important. When we went to decide how we were going to do this, one of the key factors was the research on hybrid learning models. And Centers of Disease Control had put out parent surveys by NPR and tried to elicit information as to how well the hybrid programs are working. In some cases, there was a pulling of attention from the teacher to the students that were in person and the two students who were in distance simultaneously. And there was a detraction from the focus on either group of student. And we also know that that causes undue stress on teachers to try to do both at one time, especially when you're talking about the littlest levels of learners, your TK, your K, your grades 1 and 2, which are the most important. We know it is so critically important for students to read at grade level by grade 3. And that sets up really their learning and their academic achievement. That is the greatest predictor of academic achievement by a variety of researchers and research studies that have been conducted on this. So we want to make sure that those grade levels have the ability for students to come back on campus and reteach and relearn and understand that they build those reading skills, you build those math skills by repetition and by a student and a teacher's interaction. And that in-person process would give those students a very good chance at developing the deepest level of reading skill and the deepest level of math skill possible for those families who do believe and do want to have an in-person structure. And for those families who want to or need that ELP or that childcare through the day, so that you do have a loving, caring adult working with your child through the distance learning process in the morning, reinforcing and making sure that they are actually acquiring the information that is being presented through the distance learning model. Then they get an additional session of in-person learning in the afternoon, and then possibly if a parent can't pick up until the 5 or 6 o'clock hour, they get that extended learning time as well. So we try to cover as many bases as possible for all of our varied needs of families out there in the TCUSD community. And so with this, we also know that, yes, and it's been mentioned before in several different parts of the presentation about that social emotional learning platform. We know that when students are engaged and connected, they do have a greater sense of confidence in themselves. They do have a higher affinity, and they have higher achievement levels that have resulted. And so all of this research has really played into the decision-making factors that went into this plan.
So as we move then looking through the future, and that's really, as we look at those steps that Dr. Fricker was talking about, those steps hopefully are going to lead us right back to a normal, something that we are used to, something that is great, where we can all be together, where we can celebrate and see our students and enjoy all the joy that they bring to our campuses, and really support their learning and their social emotional well-being as well. So as we look at our future, I know the money has been talked about, the funding that we're getting, and that funding really is an investment in our students. And as Dr. Fricker mentioned, we've tried very carefully not to use that money just to get through a pandemic. So we didn't want to buy certain gadgets and gimmicks that people are trying to get school districts to buy because it's so great for right now. We really wanted to look at things like Canvas, look at things like paper, look at things like those air purifiers that will be with us way beyond a pandemic and will help to keep our environments healthier. So as we talk about that, we also want to invest in our student options so that we can use this expanded learning time that the California legislature has supported in saying, hey, let's offer what we were hoping. Let's hope the tiers stay, and let's hope that there's no surge, and let's hope we're in a better situation than we were back in December, January, and even February, so that we can start to bring students back and be able to offer some recovery for what they just endured. I was talking to the focus group that I was telling you about, and, I told them, I said, I don't know if this means anything to you guys, but you guys are going to be the ones that grew up during COVID. That's going to be talked about. Sometimes people talk about they grew up during World War II, or they, grew up during 9/11, or I remember I was in a class when the space shuttle blew up. Those are things that you don't forget. They're things that change a generation, that sit with you. And this is something we need to really consider as our students come back. What is that going to look like? What is that going to feel like? I have a 14-year-old student who's had hybrid offered to him all year here in Orange County. And I know somebody mentioned Orange County, and many of the Orange County campuses are actually declining in enrollment because they are weighing the risk. It's not worth to be in the class and sit on a Zoom, but they would much rather, if they're going to be on Zoom, do it at home and keep those 14 through 17-year-old students safe. So those are the same students that we want to make sure we're recovering those skills, that they're getting those grades that they need for colleges. So we've been really researching and looking at that data as it comes through. Students that were on track, what we call an A through G track to get to a four-year university. Some of them, as the pandemic hit, they lost that momentum, they lost that track. We want to get them back on that track. We want to get them where they were and not let COVID take anything away from them as it already has for all of us. We want to move forward. So we're going to offer as many credit recovery courses as needed for our high school students. And what credit recovery means is if a student got a D or an F in a grade in a class, we want to be able to get them a higher grade, have them work on that so it can count towards that A through G eligibility, and they can go after what it is they want to seek for beyond high school. And then we look at our middle school students. Ms. Hemans, our principal at Oak, had a great concern. She said, next year, I'm going to have very few students that have ever been on campus. It's 2 grade levels. And with the way the pandemic has hit, it's really difficult to be able to really create that loving environment that we see at Oak. So we want to be able to offer those intervention courses for those students in middle school who really need that help with their English and their math, and really get those levels up so they can feel motivated again. They can see what that looks like. We want to be able to bring these students on campus as we look at shortening the distance, as the CDC has now said. And, we all know that the CDC has, changed their minds as we move along. And so we want to be really cautious with just jumping through every new change. We want to transition and make sure we can keep everyone safe. But as we look at that, we want to bring these students back on campus. be in a classroom, get that one-on-one, get that small group learning, whatever it may be, to get them motivated back to learning and bring them back so next year is a great success. And then we look at our reading interventions and fundamental math support for our grades TK through 6. So these are incoming grades. So this would be first graders now, that would be second graders next year, and fifth graders that are going into sixth grade. We want to make sure we're meeting all of those needs. Those are students that are in their fundamental years, and it's really important that we're able to address those. And so we're offering the summer program so that we can be able to reach as many people as possible to help them start the year in a really positive way. And so talking about the steps, as you looked at the steps that Dr. Fricker addressed with us, we created a program called STEP. As we step into the future and we step beyond and out of the pandemic, we want to be able to also offer what we would sort of call a happy boot camp session, where we could maybe bring our TK and K on for, a week or maybe 2 weeks, where they just learn what it's like to be on campus. So this would maybe be in that August time period. So it'd be right before the school year starts, so they can really feel safe and feel secure and understand where things go. Our link crew does this at the high school, bring those 9th graders on, and we probably bring our 10th graders on as well, because they didn't get that 9th grade experience. So let them see the campus, know where the classes are, and when it's a much safer environment, and be able to spend that time with them. So we have a lot of options that we're really excited to be able to offer this summer. And as we start to plan that, and it's just in the transitional stage, we're just looking at options. We're looking based on the funding we'll be receiving for expanded learning grant and for in-person instruction. We want to be able to use that to benefit our students, who are our most important elements of our district. We want to be able to make sure we're supporting them in every way possible and give them our great TCUSD teachers. We want to be able to support our teachers and be able to give them the opportunity to feel what it's like to be back in that classroom. They miss kids. They want to be with their students and be able to provide those opportunities and, give them that opportunity for them. And then as we look at what will be available, we know we still are going to have families that may want some of that, but they're not sending their student on campus. We know that based on all of our data, that number's not going to dwindle down to, 10%. There's still a strong majority that are nervous to send those students, especially the older students. So we want to provide some sort of distance option as well, especially for credit recovery, and make sure that we can get those students' grades up. And we'll be planning this out and talking about what this will look like and what we'll be able to offer. This will all be offered through the collaboration with teacher and parent, deciding on what that student needs. Does this student need this intervention? How can we bring those students on as part of the STEP program? So we're excited to start building this and move forward from where we are. So as we're looking ahead with some excitement, a little bit of concern, we know, and we, as Dr. Fricker mentioned, and I really hope that we all remember, there are many of us in this community, many of our teachers, many of our educational staff and support members, many of our family members who have suffered greatly during COVID. People have lost jobs, people have lost many different elements, and the worst of all, lost life. We've lost loved ones to the COVID pandemic, and there's many of those people that we need to consider and be mindful of as they come back onto our campuses. We need to make sure we can do this in a way that keeps everybody comfortable and safe, because as we know, we don't learn unless we're in a safe environment. So we are excited to offer our Q&A session today. We know all of our offered Q&A sessions to their families. And so even as somebody mentioned back in March 8th, when the first Q&A happened, so much has rolled out since then, as different things have come from, up above leadership from the state, from the Department of Health. And as we've figured out our plans and as we've worked with our staff to see what we can be able to offer, we also want to be able to use that extra funding to support with substitute teachers as we needed. Some of our campuses are going to need floaters because things are going to come up that we're not going to be prepared for. So we want to make sure we have staff there that they can hop in and take care of a need that may arise for one of our staff members, so that our students are always with that caring adult that wants to make sure that they're successful in what they're going for. And then as we look at April 5th through June 11th, we really wanted to point out that it's 47 days of that learning period. And while that's a significant amount of time, it's the majority of the year is behind us. We want to use that time to be strong with our thoughts, with our plans, have purpose for what we're doing, move out of this pandemic in a way that is both collaborative, but also purposeful, that we're not just doing things to get by, that we're not just focused on making sure that, everybody can be in person if they want to be in person, but that we're doing it in a way that provides everybody what they need and creates those steps so that we can move up to our next level as we look at the future, both our summer and our fall sessions. So we will then want to focus first on our summer expanded learning programs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gomez.
Sure. So as we've shared earlier, we really are approaching this with a gradual phase-in approach. We all recognize that shutting down last March 13th was not the ideal way to transition to distance learning. Likewise, reopening all at once is not ideal. So as we phase our students in the spring, we can reflect and learn from what works, and we can be, as Ms. Getty mentioned, purposeful as we plan moving forward. While the numbers are trending positively, we are still very much in a global pandemic, and there is significant concern with the variants, specifically here in LA County. So as we partner with our staff and our families, we can focus on our summer expanded programs, learning programs that Ms. Getty just shared, and concentrate on planning for fall 2021. We want to be able to hit the ground running come the new school year in August, and we are cautiously optimistic that we will be able to, given the recent case rate data that we're seeing. So as we continue in our planning, we will hold a future Q&A session to discuss with our families program planning for summer and our fall. Thank you.
Is that the conclusion?
That would be all, yes.
Okay.
Questions?
Any questions for Kim or Hannah or Mercedes?
Dr. Lin?
Yeah, I want to thank Kim, Mercedes, Hannah for a very informative and detailed presentation. It was mentioned earlier that we're not able to double our staff to serve double the options offered to our families. Say if the stimulus dollars are all unrestricted, right? Say that the federal dollars are all unrestricted, and we're able to use that one-time funding to temporarily hire, let's say, more teachers for just 1 year. Say that that's a hypothetical situation. How easy is it to hire certificated teachers when other school districts are also hiring teachers? And how easy is it to even hire subs for our existing teachers when teachers who are also, they're human, they get sick, they need to quarantine. Even if they don't have COVID, let's say they're coughing, they need to quarantine. We have to follow the county rules. They have a sick family member to take care of or have childcare constraints that prevent teachers from, let's say, coming in.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. That is something that I wanted to mention from a personnel standpoint. We already have a substitute shortage. It's very difficult to have the amount of subs that you need just to have ready and available on call. And so with all districts sort of pulling from the same, many people sub in several districts, it's hard to be able to just hire teachers, and there is a hiring process. So by the time we get through a process and making sure they're cleared for all of the legal requirements that we would need, those 47 days are quickly going to dwindle down to possibly your 27 days. So we looked at those things. We talked about that. The issue with that is that something where we're spending money and focusing on something that's really short term and not necessarily long term, as we believe what we can offer through the summer and beyond we can do without necessarily having to double our staff. But with that, we do want to look at beefing up our sub pool and being able to have, people on campus that can help us sort of floating, as I mentioned, and then also our childcare providers for ELP being able to support there. And that's also extremely difficult to find those individuals that qualify for the job description, that can meet the legal requirements, that can get cleared in a certain manner in a certain time. So we are looking at many, many options to be able to offer that staffing so that we can provide as much support as we can to our families.
And I just want to add on that you are absolutely right, Dr. Lin, to hire an additional, teaching base would be tremendously difficult. And I'm tremendously grateful that we have a very dedicated teaching base here in Temple City, and they are willing to do the morning sessions and come in and do additional minutes that students have access to in the afternoon session. So our families do not have to choose between going completely distanced or going completely in person and have to choose. If we did that model, our teachers would have to be all put into a distance camp and an in-person camp. Our students would have to be apportioned to those two camps as well. And it would be very difficult for a student to transfer. If distance wasn't working, they wanted to go in person, or in person wasn't working, they wanted to go back to distance. It would be very difficult for a student to transfer between the two models. And in most cases, students would actually have to switch teachers after they have been with their current teacher 3/4 of the way through the school year. So we didn't want to do that as well. Our teachers, our teaching base is very, very dedicated to the students. Many put their hands up right at the beginning. I want to come back. I want to do the afternoon sessions and make sure that families actually have access to both the distance platform and the in-person platform, and a third platform if they needed that, and that would be the child care, should they need a caring adult with them throughout the entirety of the day. So we are very, very lucky in that regard.
Just a quick follow-up question. Say now, hypothetically, all those are not, issues, and we're able to hire from another district, let's say, right? When we're able to double the teachers, how easy or feasible is it to double the number of classrooms so we have adequate social distancing for students?
We are not able to do that unless you drop a whole lot of, portable buildings onto campuses. So that is the other factor, that you can't exceed that 50% threshold in any one classroom, because otherwise you would infringe on the 6-foot social distancing rule. That 6-foot rule has gone down to 3 feet as issued by CDE, and also by the LA County Department of Public Health has updated their guidelines to reflect a 3-foot distancing. We know that there is research that, would indicate that 6-foot, 3-foot, there's not a lot of incidence rates that are different between those two distancing models. However, to ensure safety, especially as phasing back into more individuals on a campus in a location in cohorts together, we wanted to make sure that we adhere to the 6-foot at this time frame. Now, should everything go well and we move into the orange and the yellow, and I mean, they've even added green to the spectrum. So as we move down the line, I'm not going to say that we're going to hold to this all, the 6-foot distancing in total, but that is definitely where we're starting until we can establish that we can keep students and staff safe, case rates down, incident rates down, and have that largely established before we change that 6-foot distance requirement.
If I may just squeeze in one more.
Yeah.
You mentioned, the purple tier, red tier, eventually possibly orange tier, and then hopefully green tier soon. Right. How permanent is the current plan? I mean, we've spent a lot of time, I'm hearing that you spent a lot of time creating this plan, reinventing the wheel, actually 2 wheels, right? How permanent do we foresee this to be?
So in the land of COVID, nothing really is permanent. Everything is evolving, everything is changing. And to keep up with the changes is one thing, which we can do, but making sure that we create the confidence in our staff and the confidence in our students and the families that are actually sending students to campuses, that these students are going to be safe, they're going to be protected at all times. That's the most important thing. So as these things change, as things start to open up, absolutely we will continue to work with our teams of teachers. We will continue to survey families. We will continue to work with the Board of Education and do presentations, because these things are going to change. It is rapidly opening up. We're going to be a little bit slow and a little bit cautious in that, and establish our safety procedures and establish that we can offer these environments with very, very low incidents, actually, hopefully no incidents. And then we will take on those additional changes as we can factor those in. So nothing really is permanent in the land of COVID. Everything is changing, and we will change and evolve right along with that as we see fit, like as those new guidelines come out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, please.
I just have a couple of very quick questions. You talked about specialized morning cohorts, and then you also talked about afternoon cohorts for the secondary. What do the morning, I would assume that would be our ESL students, possibly, maybe special ed, correct me if I'm wrong. In the afternoon, you mentioned afternoon cohorts for the secondary. Would that include Oak? I know there were some parents who were questioning none of the programs we're addressing Oak with the afternoon secondary cohorts include those students also.
Absolutely. And right now, all of our campuses have morning cohorts that are occurring. Most of those students that are involved in those morning cohorts is because we've maybe seen a drop in their attendance, or perhaps teachers have been concerned about what they may be in danger of not meeting standards. So our principals have been managing very small cohorts just to get us up to speed, make sure that we can do this. I've already had many of our principals add more cohorts to that morning session. And even at Oak and the high school, we have those morning cohort sessions that are occurring, and we plan to grow those a bit. And so we are looking at students that may have, may have an IEP, may have a 504 plan, may have certain issues or needs that they need addressed that can't be addressed during distance learning. And then as we transition and we have this in-person session, our goal and our hope, especially at Oak, is to be very specialized to what our students need. We wanted to know which families would feel comfortable sending their students on so that we could form those cohort groups, and we could do homework clubs, we could do math intervention, we could, maybe do some enrichment and advanced learning for our 8th graders that want to take some honors classes as they come forward to the high school. So those are things that we want to be able to put together, but we first just need to see who is really wanting that and being on that campus and who wants to be here for that. And then we can match them with appropriate staff members so we can offer that. Same at the high school. So even though our seniors are coming and they're all open to senior level and they're all open to be there, we hope to have many 9th grade and 10th grade and 11th grade cohorts. Maybe there's an AP cohort. I know Nicole mentioned, maybe Mr. Kid wants to have an ASB cohort, and that's something that they can look at doing. And so all of those options are very, very possible. It's just a matter of making sure that, students that want that, we're getting that message out and making sure that we're able to place them. And I just got a message today from a family that said, we really didn't want our student to come. We said no, but now he's hearing that a lot of his friends are coming. So can we please change our mind and can we come back? And we said, absolutely, we'll find a place for you. We're going to make it work. So that's why I'm really looking forward to Friday's parent session. We want to be able to make sure the message is really clear that what you need needs to be communicated to us, and we will do our best to offer it.
Thank you. And thank you again for all the work that's gone into getting our plan to this place. So thank you again.
Are there any other comments or questions for the team? All right, very good. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Enjoyed that. Let's see. With that, we are moving on to item 20, which is the equity and inclusion presentation by Sandy Dusong. Sandy, what do you have for us?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Before I begin, I really want to say thank you to Dr. Fricker and all of her wonderful team for doing such an amazing job. This is equity in action. What you just heard in their presentation, that is equity in motion. So I just really want to say thank you for all of your hard work. So once again, let me go ahead and switch this over to presentation mode. Good evening, President Smith and Dr. Fricker and distinguished TCUSD board members. It is wonderful to be with you again. My name is Sandy Dusong. I'm sure you already know that. I am the proud Program Specialist Equity and Outreach. This evening, I'd like to speak with you a little bit on the topic of equity and access for our children in our schools and in our districts. Now, I want to let you know that equity is not a discussion that you have once a year and then you're done with it. Oh, no. It is not a package program where you follow 10 steps and bam, your school is equitable. It is not. It is not a compliance check. It is not something that is easy. It's something that we really need to roll up our sleeves and put some serious thought, form great questions, look at data and research to make informed decisions so that all our children have access to rigorous instructional program and make sure that they are well connected to the school, that their social emotional health and well-being, as mentioned over and over again, is taken into consideration so that we can make sure that students are successful. Now, in this 7-week period that I had the privilege to be called an Temple Unified School District employee, I had the great privilege of meeting many people, leadership, district and site, as well as principals and counselors and parents and teachers. And I can tell you hands down that what I found here is something that is beautiful, something that is with heart. I found great commitment, loyalty. I found dedication to hard work. Folks who are educated here go away to get further education and return. That speaks volumes about how amazing this district is. This district is comprised of faithful individuals who are willing and committed to do the hard work to transition a good Temple City Unified School District into a great one. And how do we start? I would like to say equity. Just listening to Dr. Fricker and her courageous leadership with Dr. Gomez and Dr. Getty, future Dr. Getty, I want to tell you that every single part of what they discussed required so much back planning. I want to let you know that this is equity in action. They're asking the tough questions that many of the people really don't even consider. And I do want to let you know that this plan is not perfect, but it has the child at the center of every discussion that they decide to have. Every day, every night, they meet in order to make sure that there is no stone unturned. Is it perfect? Maybe not, but I do want to let you know that they are putting 110% effort. So let's go down to the equity piece that would give us the opportunity to make Temple City a great district. And what is it? According to the National Center for Equity Project, equity defined means that every child receives what they need to completely, fully expand in their academic and social potential so that they will be successful. And what does that mean? That means equity isn't something that we think in isolation. Within every school system within every school related system lies a pursuit of equity. It is not an isolated idea, but a continuous movement in order to ensure all students are accounted for to receive the support that they need. You've heard in the reopening of schools or in-person school, all of the components. And again, I want to give a shout out because every single part of what they presented required them to ask tough questions. That requires courageous leadership. And so on behalf of everyone who is listening, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We have to listen to and look at all of the systems and practice and data, and then at the foundation of all of these discussions, we have to ask the question of equity and access to all children, not only those who are well prepared with parents who have funding and or resources to provide all of the gaps, but for every child that comes to us. And I want to tell you, in any district, a district is incredible, not because they're able to educate the smartest or the top or the most prepared, but they're great because they're willing to go above and beyond to look for ways where our targeted students, our most vulnerable population, is able to access the most rigorous curriculum, putting layers of support so that they can make it. And that is what equity it is. So I want to tell you, I want to talk about this screen, this shot just real quick in regards to the difference between equality and equity. Take a look at the top tier, that top picture. It's equality, it's fair. Everybody gets the same bicycle. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter color, it doesn't matter race, it doesn't matter what your ability is, everybody gets the same. It is fair. Equity has nothing to do with equality, it has to do with the access to whatever device, whatever curriculum that is provided. So let's switch over to education. Equality in education is standards-based. We teach according to the California state standards. Every child entering into the United States education has 180 days to master their grade level standards. It's equal, it's fair, but equity is about accessing that curriculum, accessing that program, accessing those extra things or those programs that the schools offer. Take a look. This child is in a wheelchair. This child might be an example of a child who needs to completely have a different bike in order to follow the fair and equality of what education can provide. So the device has to be changed. So the whole bicycle is changed for this child. Take a look at this child. This child might, in education, might be a newcomer who is unable to speak English at the same rate as all of the other English language learner, English only students. It might be those environmental factors who challenge or prevent that child from really accessing curriculum, like our foster youth or homeless youth. So we might even have to kind of downsize and layer it until this child is able to make it to the standard same bicycle. And for this person, oh, many of them are present in our school who are accessing the curriculum just fine. They are just soaring. They're just loving education the way it is because they can handle the standard and exceed from there. Take a look at this gentleman. This person is too big for the standard equal, fair bicycle. This child might be the GATE student, the gifted and talented students, those who are taking AP courses who need that extra challenge and that motivation to really think deeper, wider, higher, to even go further than the 180 days instructional program. So equity is a commitment by school. And let me step back. It's a commitment by teachers, commitment by schools, commitment by the district to ensure that each child receives what he, she, or they need to successfully develop academically and socially. That is what equity means. This is our demographics. Of the 5,856 students, we have 64.6% Asians. I just want to give a shout out to the board members for really acknowledging the pain of the Asian community at this board meeting. It means the world to us that you would stand in solidarity. And so on behalf of all those who look like me, thank you. Thank you so much. But I do want to let you know that all Asians are not created equal. They are, 30 years ago when I came to the United States, my parents immigrated us to the United States because of one thing, and that is to give us education and a pursuit of the American dream. They worked 15, 16 hours, 2-3 jobs. And you know what they did with the money? We never went on vacations or outings on the restaurant, we didn't, because they saved all the money so that we can get extra tutorings, so that we can get piano lessons, violin lessons, etc. But I do want to let you know there are Asian immigrants who come to the United States with a lot of money, with a lot of opportunities at their hand, and they can give those to their children. How about those immigrants who only send their children here so that they can learn English? Same goes with the 21.9 Hispanic parents. This 7 weeks, I had the most wonderful conversation with a parent at La Rosa, a Hispanic parent who told me that her sole purpose in life was to make sure that her 3 children get the highest education possible. She, even though we might be different in feature, had the same mindset as my own parents. How about our 7.2% white students? How about 3.5% 2 to 3 or more ethnicity? 1.7 Filipino, 0.6 African American, 0.2 Pacific Islanders, and 0.1% American Indians. Are they getting the top incredible education that Temple City Unified is known for? That is a question of equity. I had the great fortune last Friday to have a professional develop talking about equity with our staff here at Temple City. 65 staff members joined. And I was so happy to have them because you know what? At the heart of the issue of equity is you. And I want to tell you, as I have shared with them, there's two windows or there's two lenses that we really need to dive deep and understand in order for us to tackle the issue of equity. Number one, as you have seen in the mirror, you need to do some reflection about you, insights about yourself. You've got to really know who you are, especially this day and age when it's really not very comfortable being any of us. Republican, Democrat, white, Black, Asian, Hispanic, poor, rich. It doesn't feel right. We're just kind of wondering what we should say or how we should act. In that time, I encourage you and I challenge you to go dive deep into reflecting of who you are, how you were raised, your belief systems, your identity, your life, your experiences, your implicit bias. Then once that discovery is over, look outside through the window and look at your students and the makeup of who they are, their tradition, their families, their customs, their colleagues. Take a look at your colleagues. Who are they? Be a little bit more interested in the people who surround you, our schools, our society. I want to tell you that when I had engaged in conversation with the teachers, I told them, when I ask who are you, they immediately as teachers would respond, well, I'm this type of a teacher. I'm a math teacher. That's a what, right? But I want to tell you that when we go into a search of really wanting to pursue equity, we've got to begin with ourselves. We got to understand what makes me me. You've seen a clear demonstration tonight by Ms. Young and Ms. Seltzer. They said over and over again, I took the road. I took a different road. That person knew the why of what they wanted to teach. They knew why that they wanted to be a teacher. When I asked the 63 folks who were there, not one person said, yeah, I chose being a teacher for the money. I wanted to be a rich person. None of them. Rather, they said, I became a teacher because I wanted to impact the children's lives. I loved the glow in their eyes when I taught them something they didn't know. I wanted to impact the world through my children. Wow. If that doesn't shout out to you that Temple City is made out of people with big hearts, I don't know what else. So when we operate in the why, which means we know why, that the core passion within us of the reason why we chose this profession, there's a lot of benefits. When you operate in the why, people change. Students' lives are impacted positively. There's a reduction of exclusionary discipline. There's an improvement in teacher outcome. We need to find more folks and build back the passion and help them to come to the realization once again of the reason why they became teachers, and that is the operating in the why. The second part of the lens is to look outward. We need to be interested in our students. As I have shared with you, not all Asians are made the same. We are so different. Much like all white people, all Black people are not the same. They are unique to themselves. Now, I want to tell you, as I have told the teachers, teaching has changed. Teaching has changed. Those things that we found to be true and proven strategies of teaching 20 years ago are not things that can take us to the next level in educating our children today. So we really need to begin with gaining insights of our students, their culture, their tradition, and our families, our colleagues, society, and school. And here's an example of me. When I came to the United States, they called me a banana. I am yellow outside, but I'm white inside. When I go to the school, I abide by the Western rules. But when I come home, oh, I want to tell you, there's a different set of rules that my parents abide by, that if I don't follow it, then I would see some trouble. Likewise, our children of all nationality, the 5,756 students, all are unique. They're valuable. They're so worthy. And equity addresses it all. Equity begins with the individual teacher. It begins with the individual principal. It begins with Dr. Fricker. It begins with every board member to see that a child is of great worth. It begins with us. That results in the quality of education for all students. I love this saying. If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. Really good, huh? I have this framed in my office and I look at it every day because, you know, I am one person, and my old strategies, if it doesn't change with the tide, then I've lost it. So we've got to start with the issue of equity if we want to talk about becoming the great Temple City Unified School District. So what is happening right now? Like I said at my very first meeting, board members, you don't have the liberty or the time to go into every school, but I did the job for you. So here's what it looks like in every school. And I want to tell you that future looks so bright at Temple City Unified. There are discussions formally and informally happening about their own implicit biases. I want to tell you it's uncomfortable, but they're engaging in it in every site at this district. Book studies like Stamped about racism. These conversations are taking place every week. But the library books are being reviewed so that all of the children of the makeup of Temple City Unified is captured in the titles that are stored in our libraries. Social emotional learning, oh, how much can I say? I cannot say. Stop saying how wonderful our counselors are who are making themselves available, especially in this very challenging time for children who are so susceptible to possibly loneliness and depression because of this remote learning. They're on check so that if a child needs to speak, that they are available. They create week in and week out lessons on social emotional learning to each of the teachers on their site. Every school has a PBIS plan implemented, and it's flowing really well because of the training that they received from LACO for 2 years. Inclusion conversation is happening under the direction and leadership of Dr. Tamara. And they're having some tough discussions about including English language learners and special ed in our gen ed classes so that they'll have more exposure with their non-disabled and English models. Weekly meetings with our counselors and Ms. Hattie is happening along with me with the TC for Change to bring innovation and creative ideas to address the issues of race and equality. So much is happening. You know what? TCUSD is awoken, and this is the time for us to charge and move forward in unity. So what you might say is our next step. Here it is, the social emotional learning vertical alignment. As I have shared with you, counselors are working tirelessly to create social emotional lessons for them to address their need. But they're working in isolation. The 4 elementary school, Oaks, and high school, and the Learning Center, they're all operating in great awesomeness, but during the summer, they're going to have an opportunity to collaborate with counselors so that we can build a systematic approach to teaching our students the social emotional learning so that they will be mature and really learn about articulating and having voice about their feelings. And as the students are transitioning from elementary to middle to high school, everybody will be interconnected in this curriculum that we will align over the summer. The SST process. Oh my goodness, I took a look at the student success team. It's called student study team, but I hope that it'll change it to student success team because this team is what it's known for, to really look for ways to connect our children to equity and access and inclusion for all our students so that this revamped flow chart and understanding will be systematic from school to school. Trainings will be happening, data analysis training will be happening so that we can really understand and analyze data so that we can make informed decisions. And then of course, a multi-tier system, we need to identify who they are that are in category 1, 2, and 3, and what resources that we already have in the sites to provide and support so that our teachers have resources to try. And then of course, the PBIS, as I have shared with you, what is the next step? For 2 years, they have received wonderful trainings from the LACO, and they have fully implemented and on every side a PBIS planning, PBIS standing for Positive Behavior Intervention Support. Our next step is to see with fidelity what this program that they have created looks like and a program review. And last, but yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt because we have board policy that we should end our meetings at 10 p.m.
Okay.
But we can extend that by making a motion. So I need to make request a procedural motion from another board member to extend the meeting. And I would say a good 45 minutes or more based upon what we have.
I would like
Yes,
to
Melissa.
make the motion
I'll second.
to extend 45 minutes.
45 minutes. So member Lynn made a motion to extend for 45. It was seconded by member Espinoza. And I will go ahead and call for the vote. Member Georgino.
Yes.
Member Sneed.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Espinoza.
Yes.
And member Lynn.
Yes. Only if we exclude Nicole Lee.
Oh,
To do her homework.
That's because it wasn't written down. I have to have it written down. Nicole, are you okay with that? Or you can go home either way?
I'm good with it.
Okay, very good. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sandy, but
That is perfectly fine. You have to do what you have to do. And so I'm going to finish what I have to do. So every school at Temple City Unified has a positive behavior intervention support, and it looks different from school to school. Our next move, our next responsibility is to see and review the program and to see how, with what fidelity, these problems are implemented at every school. And in April and June, for all our administrative staff, we have invited Dr. Dom Smith, who is the author of Better Than Carrots or Sticks, which addresses for positive behavior intervention support as well as restorative practices. Restorative practice is rebuilding the education portion of rebuilding the relationship that is lost because of an act that was hurtful. And so I'm looking forward to the future of TCUSD. And I'd like to end with this. Everybody in this district, including you, board members, and including you, Dr. Fricker, including all the principals, including everybody working at the district, also even the plant manager, the custodians, and everyone who's interacting with the students. It's time for us to act. It's time for us to unite and really understand that equity and access is for all our children. Why? Because they are people of great worth and great value. So what is your role in impacting change at TCUSD? According to the late, great John Lewis, nothing can stop the power of a committed and determined people to make a difference in society. Why? Because human beings are the most dynamic link to the divine on this planet. That's why. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sandy. Any questions or comments for Sandy?
Just a comment. This is Melissa.
You cut out.
So enjoy
Uh-oh, we're losing your
when
audio.
you speak. You energize, I'm sure not only you energize and you inspire me. So thank you. Thank you so much for all you do. And I'm sure you inspire everyone else. And I love what you presented, and I look forward to all the stuff you have planned ahead of us. And this is a topic that is not just a one-year thing. It is something that needs to be ingrained in everything we do going now and going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm humbled.
All right, thank you. We are going to move along to the discussion action portion of our agenda, moving to item 21, which calls to a motion to adopt resolution 2021-16, supporting people of Asian ancestry and condemning harassment, violence, and hatred toward people of Asian descent and all minority groups. And this was a resolution that was basically written by CSBA. I talked to Donna last week about using the statement that the city put out, because I thought it was really good, and I thought it'd be nice if we did something that was sort of inclusive of the city and together. But they provided a statement, and we do resolutions, and Marie showed me this one from CSBI. I thought it was really good. I tweaked it a little bit because it was focused exclusively on Asian ancestry and Pacific Islanders. And I just feel like if we only do that, then, in 6 months, we're going to be doing, I don't know, Italian Americans or something. I mean, we've done Black Lives Matters. And so I tried to make it a little more inclusive for all minority groups, and how important it is that we recognize that each group is unique and important and provides diversity that's welcome. So with that, I guess I'll call for a motion to adopt the resolution in a second. And if anybody wants to make any comments or tweaks, we can talk about it then. Donna?
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution.
Okay.
I'll second.
And so we have a motion from Member Giorgino and a second from Member Sneed. Any further comments or questions or suggestions? No, then I'm going to go ahead and start with Student Board Member Nicole Lee. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then Member Espinoza? You're muted or no?
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay. I'm a yes. I got it that time.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm not,
yes.
It's I don't know, but I said yes.
We got it. So I'm a yes. Member Giorgino?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
And Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item 22, calls for motion to approve the 2021-22 Board of Education meeting calendar. This was developed based upon what we have in our board policies in terms of whatnot. But before I ask for the motion, I got a request from Melissa with regard to a change in the August meeting date. According to our bylaws, it should be the 25th, but she will be out of town and she would like to participate and asked if we could move it to the 18th. So I think that's fine. It actually puts that meeting right in between the one in July and September, exactly 3 weeks apart both ways. So unless somebody disagrees, I'm going to ask for a motion to move with this calendar, but change the August meeting to the 18th. May I have a motion and a second, please?
Well, that isn't in line with our bylaws, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, can you do it remotely?
At that point in time, the rules of remote meetings may be different. It may be one of those things where she has to do it in a room, open up the door, post a sign. It gets a little more touchy. I see no reason.
Yeah, Well, I'm just uncomfortable changing them because the public knows they're, on the 4th Wednesday of the month. And so that just makes me a little uncomfortable, but.
Honestly, Donna, I really doubt that the public knows that and thinks about that. And it's 4 months away, 5 months away. So I don't see any reason why, if it's posted every meeting, why the 18th wouldn't work. I'm looking for a motion in a second from somebody. Melissa?
I'm motioning.
And to change the date, include the August meeting on the 18th instead of the 23rd?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, may I have a second? I see. So a motion from member Espinoza, a second from member Sneed. Any further comments or questions? Okay, I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Lynn? Yes.
Yes.
I see a thumbs up. I'm a yes. Member Espinoza?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
No.
And member Sneed?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-1, and no abstentions. Thank you. Moving on to item 23, calls for motion to receive board policies for second reading and approve by roll call vote. And these are the ones we accepted as first reading at our last meeting. May I have a motion and a second to approve, please?
I'll make the motion.
So I have a motion from member Georgino and a second from
I'll second.
member Lynn. And comments or questions? Donna?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on 511.1, there was 2 options. Are we supposed to be approving one of the 2 options?
Yes, we are.
So which one are we approving?
Usually in blue. I'd have to.
They both look the same to me.
They're both in blue. Maybe Donna, you could make a motion for one of the options.
I think we discussed it at our previous meeting about which option we were talking about, but I don't have the minutes. Option 2.
If I'm not wrong, I believe it was option 2, but I'm checking with Marie because we did discuss it at the prior meeting.
Option, oh.
2? Okay.
Marie says 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Donna, was that your motion?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll continue to second that motion.
Okay, so we have the motion from member Georgino, option 2 on that board policy 5111.1, and the second from member Lynn, and I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Espinoza? Thumbs up? Yeah, that's a yes. Okay.
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
And member Georgino?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 24. Before I get to the motion, I want to turn this over to Dr. Fricker to make a few comments, and then I'd like to make a few comments before I ask for a motion. So, Kim, do you want to talk to it? This is it will ultimately involve the facility usage agreement and the process. So, Kim.
Thank you so much. I'd be happy to comment. So as you know, the campuses have been closed for some time, and that also closed our outdoor facility use. In the previous
You're breaking up pretty badly, Kim.
Department of Public Health. Oh, let me switch.
Maybe turn off video and see if that helps.
Okay, hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay, I switched my internet. So as you know, with the campuses being closed for so long, facility use was also closed to outdoor use. And with the Department of Public Health opening up the facility use to outdoor facilities, not our indoor facilities. So I know that this is not necessarily equitable for all users, but we do have to follow the Department of Public Health guidelines. We are able to reopen that process. However, there are some procedural changes that need to be incorporated into the reopening facilities. And those would include just the public health guidelines that we all have to follow being on a school campus. And that would be the social distancing and the demarcations of patrons. The patrons who come would have to follow the Youth Act, and that would restrict patrons to just those from within the same household. We also have to adhere to safety sanitation requirements. If outdoor facilities or bathrooms should be used, that would be every hour on the hour, and then sanitation between equipment that is shared between students would need to be sanitized, and also just making sure that students are in cohorts and they're not mixing, although teams can come together and play. So with those provisions, we would need to update some of our materials that we would put forward for people to submit that facility use request to us. There is a couple concerns though. As you remember, we were before COVID happened, we had went out to do a facility fee structure study and to look at our fee structure, meaning the prior structure for Temple City, we only had 2 categories of facility use, and that would be for for-profit organizations and then nonprofit organizations. With the Civic Center Act amendment that was recently put in place in 2019, it would require us to open up a third category or a third structure, and it would be those patrons that would use the facility for free. But we have not, the board has not adopted that officially. There was a presentation back in September, but it was not acted upon by the board. So from this point forward, we do want to open up the facility use for outdoor vendors with those inclusions of, this is the safety precautions that we would have to adhere to from the Department of Public Health. And this is really for the board's consideration as to how the board would want to proceed in doing that.
Okay, thank you. And I've had multiple conversations with Dr. Fricker and actually with Bill Kobayashi, who's the president of Temple City National Little League, which is kind of driving this. And it's kind of a deja vu moment where we were about 18 months ago when we were kind of up against the same situation where we did not have a facility use agreement approved. And so in the meantime, as we've had these conversations, we've discovered that we probably need to do a little bit more homework on our side and really understand the profile of our users, as well as compare our district with some of the districts in the surrounding area, because the study that we got is not clear in some things. So my suggestion, I feel especially an interest in trying to do something for Temple City National, because they're having an abbreviated season and they have no place to play and they're unique in that respect. So my request is going to be that we approve a motion to waive all the facility use fees until the end of the school year for outdoor facility use requests. So I don't know if there's any comments or questions, but I guess I'd like to have a motion in a second and then we can talk about it. Donna?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion from member Georgino and a second from member Lynn. Are there any comments or questions?
Do we have an idea how soon it would be before Temple City National could access the facility?
They would like to do it as soon as possible, and I would let them know that they can contact, it could be Mari Montgomery, to move forward, and they could probably do that as soon as tomorrow. Is that too soon?
Yes, the board would have to take action to give direction for us how to proceed with the facility use. They still have to fill out a form, but the facility use request, but yes.
Right, but they,
And the guidelines.
Bill could contact her tomorrow and initiate that process.
Mhm.
Okay, only because they had, you know, they have no, they're a league without a home, and so they've had to have their tryouts at a special location and whatnot, and it's been difficult. So we have the motion from Donna and a second from, I didn't write it down. Mike, were you the second? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote unless there's any other comments or questions.
One more question. So this is going to be on the agenda for the special meeting, April 24th?
So that was the original plan of the board, if you remember back in September, or I'm just refreshing because Mary was not on the board in September. The will of the board was to have a special meeting where we could discuss the facility fee study and the additional categories that would be included, and then have that discussion in open session, and that would come on the special meeting in April, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student Board Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Georgino,
Yes.
Member Sneed,
Yes.
Member Espinoza,
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Member Lynn.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to business services, item 25 calls for a motion to approve the 2019-2020 annual developer fees report. And have a motion, a second, and then I guess we'll hear from Mercedes on this.
I'll make the motion.
Motion from Member Georgino, second from Member Sneed. Mercedes, I see the report. We netted a $300,000 gain. Is there more to be shared?
No, that's basically all.
Okay. So we have the motion and we have the second. Are there any other comments or questions? I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Georgino,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Sneed,
Yes.
and I'm a yes also. Very good. So the motion carries 5-0. And now we are on to item 26, which calls for a motion to approve the budget adjustments for the 2021 fiscal year budget. Need a motion and a second, please.
I'll motion.
Motion from Member Espinosa, second from Member Lynn. And I imagine you probably have more that you would like to say about this, Mercedes, is there?
So these are the our annual budget adjustments, and so typically there are board policies that would allow, we can bring something to the board which we would like to consider for the upcoming school year that would allow some of these transfers to not necessarily have to always come to the board. And so we can set certain provisions in terms of dollar limits and in terms of parameters, whether it would be within a restricted fund versus an unrestricted fund and what would be allowed. Currently, we do not have any such policy in place. LACO does provide guidance on it as well as a form, but we do not have that in place in our district. So anytime that we do need to transfer any of the funds, regardless of whether it's in our, it's unrestricted money or it's restricted money, we do need to bring it to the board for approval. And so what we currently have brought forth here is within our general fund, which is our Fund 1, as well as within our deferred maintenance fund, which is our Fund 14, some just minor adjustments within object codes. Typically, we're looking at fine tuning our budgeting procedures so that at the beginning of the year, when we do set the budget, we can properly allocate our funds within the objects that we feel that we will be spending for that current school year. In the past, unfortunately, we didn't necessarily plan based on the object codes. We stuck maybe within a program, but not necessarily within the specific objects. And so we're looking to remedy that moving forward, but currently we do need to make some transfers just to cover balances.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions for Mercedes? No? Okay, then I will go ahead and call for the vote on this item. Student member Lee?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Sneed? Mary? Oh, thumbs up. You're not muted, but you can't hear you either. Okay. Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
And Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 27, which calls for a motion to approve the English Language Arts, English Language Development adoption for grades 9 through 12. And if you'll remember, we had a presentation at our last meeting by the high school team of Annie Hernandez, Don Newfield, and Jessica Shunke on this. So may I have a motion and a second to approve, please?
I'll motion.
Actually, I saw Mary's hand first, so the motion came from Mary and the second from Member Espinosa. Are there any comments or questions on this item? No, not seeing any. I will go ahead and call for the vote then. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 28, which calls for a motion to approve the school plans for student achievement. May I have a motion and a second to approve these, please?
I'll motion.
Motion from member Espinosa. Donna, were you putting up your hand? Okay, for a second?
Sure.
Okay, so a second from member Georgino. Thank you very much for the very brief summary. That was very helpful. Is there anything that Mercedes would like to say, or are there any questions from Mercedes? Questions or comments?
No, the only thing I would add is this year, we had to wait a little bit longer just because with the consolidated application, there was a lot more carryover in our title funds, given the fact that we weren't able to expend everything last year due to the closures. And so as we were recalculating that, we were able to provide our school sites additional funding with their title monies. And so that took just a little bit more time this year.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
And member Espinosa?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 29, calls for a motion to approve appointments to the West San Gabriel Special Education Local Plan Area Community Advisory Committee. And these two individuals, Tan Chan and Janice Trevino, have been recommended to represent our district in that capacity. They're parents of TCUSD students, and they've been recommended by Tamara, and I can never get her last name right, Kataran, whatever. I have a motion and a second to approve, please. Motion from member Georgino and a second from member Lynn. Comments or questions further? All right, I will go ahead and talk about echo. Can you guys hear that? Somebody needs to mute.
It's the phone.
Oh.
I'll tell Andy.
Nicole, can you mute your phone?
It's Nicole.
Okay, it went away. Okay, so we're back to the vote. Member Espinosa? Oh, student board member Lee?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Lynn?
Yes.
And member Sneed?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item 30, calls for motion to approve school psychologist intern, a level 2 position. And there's actually 2 people we would be looking at to bring on board, sort of a training kind of a thing for them as students. So may I have a motion to approve the school psychologist interim level 2 position, and a second, please. So Mary's hand up for a motion, and it looks like, yeah, Member Espinoza for the second. Are there comments or questions? Okay, I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Lynn?
Yes.
And Member Espinoza?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on, yeah, that's right. Moving on to item 31, calls for motion to approve the revised memorandum of understanding with TCEA. May I have a motion and a second, please? Motion from Member Georgino and a second from Member Lynn. Are there any comments or questions? I have one. I'm not, in 25 words or less, can somebody tell me what's changed?
What's changed? So we're just
revised memorandum of understanding, and I kind of looked through it, but I couldn't tell what was changed.
Yes, we just revisited as we're reopening what would need to change. So very specific things. We just talked about what it'll be like back on campus, how we will handle those types of things. And then there was an element of compensation as well for the additional time that we're asking teachers to spend. And then we just talked about safety and the air purifiers that we presented on today.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Espinoza?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well, so the motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item 32A, which calls for motion to approve the opening of a public hearing to discuss the approval and acceptance of TCEA 2021-22 interest statements for negotiations with the district. I have a motion to and a second to approve the opening of a public hearing. Motion from Member Georgino and a second from Member Espinoza. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Espinoza?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well, so the motion carries 5-0. We're now in the public hearing. Is there anybody who cares to make comments? Although I think there's only really one member from the public on the Zoom right now. Any comments or questions? Statements? Okay. Then with that, I will go ahead and move on to item 32B, which calls for a motion to approve the closing of the public hearing for the acceptance of TCEA's 2021 through 2022 interest statements. May I have a motion and a second to approve the closing of the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close.
Okay, motion from Member Lynn and a second from, did I see Mary's hand come up? Yeah, Mary Sneed. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Espinoza?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So the motion carries 5-0 and the hearing is now closed, which brings us to item 32C, which calls for motion to accept TCEA's 2021-22 interest statements for negotiations with the district. May I have a motion and a second to accept them, please? A motion from Member Georgino and a second from Member Lynn. And I probably should have well, I guess everybody has been through this before, but this is a formality we have to go through in negotiations, the opening and closing of public hearing and acceptance. So we have the motion from member Georgino and a second from member Lynn, and I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
I'm a yes, and member Georgino.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We're now moving on to item 33A, B, and C, which is basically a repeat of what we just did, only this involves the opening of public hearing to discuss the approval of the district's 2021-22 interest statements for negotiations with TCEA. So it's kind of the reverse. I need a motion and a second to approve the opening of public hearing.
Move to open.
The motion from member Lynn and a second from member Espinosa. I don't imagine there's comments or questions, so I'm just going to call for the vote. Student board member Lee?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes, and member Espinosa.
Yes.
Okay, so motion carries 5-0. We're now in the midst of a public hearing. Any comments or questions from members of the public who are present? Okay, then I am going to go ahead and call for a motion to approve the closing of the public hearing we just discussed. I have a motion and a second to approve the closing of the public hearing.
Move to close.
The motion from member Lynn and a second from member Espinosa. I'm just going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
And member Georgino?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0 and the public hearing is now closed. So we're moving on to item 33C, which calls for a motion to approve the district's 2021 through 22 interest statements for negotiations with TCEA. I need a motion and a second, please.
I move.
Motion from member Sneed, second from member Lynn. Comments or questions? I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student board member Lee?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
I'm a yes, and member Georgino.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We're now moving on to the, excuse me, a little bit of air. Moving on to the consent portion of our agenda, which involves routine items approved by one motion and one vote unless a member of the board or audience requests that any item be reviewed and voted upon separately. May I have a motion for approval and a second, please? A motion from member Georgino, second from member Espinosa. Are there any comments or questions? I think I actually have, sorry, got too much paper, many papers here. I just had a quick question on, two quick questions on the contracts on the second page, specifically where it talks about a contract for Athens services. It says $375,500 for 5 years. I just want to make clear that's $75,100 per year, right? Not $375,000. Okay, I see Kim.
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then I was just real pleased to see that we went ahead and entered in the contract with Paper Education Company. And I saw somewhere an email or something that Hannah's going to go ahead and conduct some training about on that, I think with parents this Friday or something to that effect. So
actually, we already held all the paper trainings last week. So those are
in all three languages.
In all three languages, and it's off to a great start. So we're really excited about that.
Super, wonderful, thank you. Any other comments or questions? No, then I will go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
And Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. With that, we are on to item 40, which is a future agenda. Got too many pieces of paper. Future agenda items and board requests. I'm just going to go ahead and combine those. We have the communications presentation, visual and performing arts coming up. We talked about the governance handbook and protocols, and we've added facilities use study to that topic or that meeting. Are there any other items that people would like to bring up for future agenda items?
I would like to thank all the parents and families who have responded, you know, on either side of
the
issue of reopening. I think it's, I welcome all the parents who are responding to us. And I thank all the families who have responded, given us their feelings.
I agree. That's why I wanted to make sure everybody was heard and had the chance to say something. So thank you. Good point. I appreciate that, Mary. So with that, I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. And I didn't mention this earlier, and I apologize for not mentioning it, but we are going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Jen DeVito, who was the kindergarten teacher at Longden that passed away. So may I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting? I see a motion from Member Sneed and a second from Member Georgino. And with that, I'm just going to go ahead and call for the vote. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
Yes.
Member Georgino?
Yes.
Member Sneed?
I already said yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Member Espinosa and I'm a yes as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, very good. I was looking at it, just Sneed came out. All right, so the meeting